Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, man. Every weekend, I feel like I keep on appreciating the weather here more and more and more.
Good weather.
It's so nice.
What is this mess we're looking at? Very you.
Well, we got some stuff. Jason's gonna be here in approximately a few minutes,
Host is not home.
and I will
Don't know.
be working on putting some of these guys
There's not
together.
a way that we can do that.
And we're gonna be showing these guys off on stream today. Got a bunch of cool little doodads.
We don't have a way to get in touch with them.
Yeah.
It will ring for 20
Yeah.
minutes if I sat and let it ring for 20.
Yeah, this guy. And we got headless and armless guys, which have arms and heads that we're gonna sort out today. Ismail, yes, this is in fact the hyped up thing. There's so many people here. We got Paint Liquor, Hoosier, Kruger, T. Schmidt, Gosu, Blood Walrus, Big Bobzilla, Flapjack, Panic Bomb, Rattle Can, Iterator, Swing and Swift, Cannibalistic Zombie Rant. These are like all this new people. Well, not new people, but all like
All unique names.
yeah.
Howdy.
Rod, Paint Liquor.
All right.
Howdy.
What the heck? There's so many people here.
See, this is also a 75mm base, but it's like it's the round lipped ones.
Oh, really?
This is
That
that one.
that feels like a thing we could potentially.
I don't know how to get it off of there though, because that's really glued on.
Is it like super duper glued on?
It feels like that was a lot of glue. Like
Do we have any?
you would hope that would just pop off of there. That's gonna bust.
We could stick it in the freezer. That might help.
That's gonna bust something. There'll be something. They'll either show up while we're
Okay.
streaming or not.
Fair enough.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. They're supposed to be here today, which is always so frustrating, right, chat? When you're like
when the
you
shipping
order a
is-
thing that you really want, and you're like you go to check the tracking and it's like out for delivery.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, but it's actually stuck in customs. And you're like, what do you mean it's out for delivery and still stuck in customs? This doesn't make
That
sense.
can't both be true.
Correct.
So not both of those things can be true.
Do you happen to have over there? There was a green thing of tape, just like masking tape, over there somewhere. Over here somewhere.
Like this kind of stuff? Like painter's tape?
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
painter's tape would work.
I don't see it.
I just need something to put a hole or cover these holes in the 32mm bases that I have,
I don't see it.
because I need 32mm bases for some of my guys. Apparently.
No. You'll put anything that needs to be on bigger than 25 will go on a 50.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because we're gonna house roll that.
Oh.
Because.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then
So
I'll.
I put everything that says it's supposed to be. Well, I put like the characters that are supposed to go on 32s. I put them on 25.
Oh. Okay.
Because why not? Because that's the closest way to do that, and they're usually the smaller characters. They're like the heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just put those on 25. 25s are all over there. So.
I don't know. One of these guys will 100% not fit on a 25.
And then 50. And that guy gets a 50.
This guy is not not gonna work.
Not gonna fit.
Not gonna fit. If he wanted to have 1 foot hanging off, then that could potentially work. But outside
Probably
of
not
that,
what you want.
no.
Jason Kruger did the thing with the airbrush spraying over the brush for the blood effect.
We did it.
Kruger.
Nice.
How'd it work out? No, these are all resin. They're all resin. This is the monstrosity. The religious dreadnought. Oh, we have fun stuff. Fun stuffs. What's easier?
Okay.
A couple of them I got to fix because we have some rando print issues. But I'm going to figure that out. And then we'll start painting. Priming and painting and painting and priming.
Painting and priming? Priming and painting?
Priming and painting, painting and priming. What we do best here. Well, we're pretty good at bad jokes, too.
Yeah, I was about to say, fart jokes are something we're also pretty good at.
We say that. It's very rare that you actually get a...
No one
well,
ever tells fart jokes.
it's not rare, but it's usually not fart jokes.
It is rare.
Which is odd. Because we say fart jokes when what we really mean is we have bad dad jokes.
Yeah.
Usually.
I guess that's true.
Right?
They are more often than not just bad dad
A lot of
jokes.
corny jokes, a lot of puns.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're into the
More
corny
puns. We're very punny.
Yep.
We're very, very punny here. Punny. I'm trying to cut my fingers off.
Definitely don't want to be doing that.
I'm having to overcome Baby J levels of super glue.
Sorry.
I mean, no. You knew what you were doing at the time. You did not know I was going to need this base.
It's also true.
Randomly.
Also true. Certainly would not have been my intention to glue it to that extent if I were where you would have needed it.
A lot of super glue there. All right. So I have some things that have to get done here that I'm not sure
better
where all my parts
torso
and
for
pieces went.
this.
Oh, that's what that thing that he put in my office was. That was freaking Brennan did that.
Uh-oh. Brennan did a thing.
Otherwise, I don't see all the little bits I needed. I think those are all in here. Bunch of teeny weeny freaking
They are kind of teeny weeny bits.
like tons of teeny weeny bits.
Alright, well, I'm definitely going to glue these ones on because these definitely work. So.
Well, that's not good.
What are you looking for?
It's like teeny weeny bits, and there's like
Oh!
five
are
of
you-
them
are
in
you-
here. There
are
were
you-
supposed to be more. Did you?
Are you
know
talking about the shields and stuff?
Yeah. Do you have
Yeah,
them?
they're over here on this.
So it wasn't him. It was you.
Well, I wasn't sure if these were left off on purpose or what the deal was with them.
I didn't know what they were for until late yesterday.
Oh, really? What are they for?
They're for the shoulders on my guys.
Oh, that's going to be cool!
But I had no idea where they went.
You got an extra
so
head, too.
I don't need that.
These look like little bags.
Those are
these,
yours.
Those are me? Okay, cool.
Those are heretic things.
Yeah, well.
Baby J sabotaging the challenge.
Whoa, hold on now.
I mean, that's what he does.
I don't sabotage the challenge.
That's what he does. I mean, he already stole my glue.
Here, you can use this glue.
No, give me that. You can use that one. You give me that one.
That one ain't gonna work.
You give me that one. You can make that other one work somehow.
Okay, well, I guess I'll hang out here and talk to chat while Jason does that.
We'll go like this. There you go.
There we go. Hi, chat. Jason reacquired the super glue. I won't say that he stole it, but he reacquired it.
You know, you could go get one.
I was gonna say
I'm
we have the means if you need more.
I'll go grab one. Oh, that pose is sweet.
Yeah, dude.
Holy crap.
The trench pilgrims are awesome. Barefoot and insane.
That's cool.
is what the trench pilgrims are.
Those look so cool in person.
Like rotary freaking machine gun, drum mag
Oh man! All right.
machine gun, the shotgun,
I'm gonna be making. I'll be right.
right? Chick with a shotgun. Got like submachine guns. So for Jen, who doesn't have an idea what any of this is about,
No clue.
babe, this is a very unique alternate history where if you think in terms of what if the Crusades had never ended,
Okay.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the Crusades, what happened during the Crusades is that there was such a high level of sin happening in the murder and and all the bad stuff going on during the Crusades that they opened up a gateway to hell.
Oh.
And so demonic forces started pouring out of hell during the Crusades, like the end of the 10s. What is this? The 1100s,
Yeah.
right? And so we've got that to contend with, and now the Crusades have never ended. So now they're into the modern times, up to like World War I, where now you're dealing with demons and still fighting this long, extended version of wartime, but with World War I style technology.
Okay. So you need me to take it out of.
Yeah.
So that is Trench Crusade. So it only has about a 300 year, no, 800 year history that you have to learn.
800 years?
Well, yeah, because it starts in the Crusades,
Okay.
and that's when the gates of hell open up. And then you have to follow that all the way through till the World War I time frame, which is where we're at current. 19.
That's
I
a
don't-
lot
I
of
don't
history.
Yeah. 1914, 1919, something. I don't remember. So, yes, there's a tremendous timeline that you have to keep up with in order to follow along. We are working hard to get the Trench Crusade team on the show tomorrow.
That is. Man, that'll be cool.
I'll be taking my one off
Oh, okay.
before you.
I was gonna
The
say.
guys,
I had
the
the same
guys
thought you
reminded
did.
me.
I was like,
Yeah.
he knew where I was going too.
I did. Yep. I mentioned we realized it as you guys were out at lunch. We were like,
And then I already told them that, hey, this may be my one miss
Gotcha.
coming up.
One.
I like this, like, bad posture, shotgun slung at the waist.
yeah, he's like bending back from the kick.
Yeah.
Oh man, those look
It's
really
so
cool
dirty,
controllers on
Harry.
them.
It's just perfect. Yeah, they're all great. They have basically 5 bodies for the troops, and then you can do stuff like this, right? It comes with different arms, so I've got the guy charging with the bayonet and the same pose, but with, fists and swords. So, while being repetitive, they're not ultra repetitive, which is cool.
Kruger gonna have to take that up with Jason because he's the one who made it look like this.
Yep. We're doing the unfun part of building. I did all these yesterday thinking that, I'm doing such a great job of coming in on the weekend so that nobody on stream has to watch me build models, because we know that's not fun. And then I forgot what these things were until the very end. And I didn't have any time today to come back in and do this, so bear with me. Then we'll start painting, and then Jordan will continue building his. Jordan hasn't built any of his, so.
Salute the britches. Okay, 5. 5 will look good for that. Just counting
And
to
for
make
being
sure.
resin 3D printed models, I have to admit these went together tremendously well.
Yeah, they come together really, really.
Right? 3D printing is always a crapshoot when you're doing multi-part models as to whether or not you get them to where they
Do you have the knife over there by any chance?
work like you want them to. There should be more than one in here,
That's
but
what I
yes, there
thought.
is one here. I think you had like 3 over there.
I'll organize.
Kruger said, "Don't you want to paint them before you glue the parts? Isn't it easier?"
No.
Does not seem like
Heresy.
it's easier.
Heresy, I tell you.
Derpstick said, "Did anyone make anything to eat on the weekend?" Nope. We technically didn't. I don't think. I think we went out. My family made al pastor pork and pineapple tacos. They were delicious.
Oh,
that sounds really
sounds
good.
good. Oh, that sounds so good. There's a place back in Seattle I used to go to all the time. It was like a Caribbean Mexican fusion. Well, I say fusion. This is a Caribbean Mexican food place, and they had some of the best al pastor that I've ever had. And their burritos were ridiculous.
Crumbly Dumpus
in all the
said,
ways.
"Yes, trenches."
Scrumbly.
Scrumbly Dumpus.
We got lots.
This guy. That's
Like I said, we should know before too long if they'll be joining us. They said they want to come on tomorrow. So, right, as of now, we believe the answer is that we will be doing the show tomorrow with the creators and team at
It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty
Trench
cool.
Crusade. So if you have the ability, mark your calendar for tomorrow's show. Not a 100% guarantee yet, because I don't have everybody's time commitment from their end yet. They are all in Europe, except for one. One of their team is in California.
Oh, really?
Well, it's only a 4-man team.
Yeah.
So, but the bulk of them are in Europe.
But
So-
you guys should all plan on watching anyway, just because
Yep.
Yes,
whether they're here.
100%.
Oh, we will expect you all to be here anyways.
As the Trench Pilgrims continue to come to life. We're not going to talk about Jordan's filthy heretics, because Jordan is doing what he always does in filthy hereticking.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Accurate.
Panic Bomb said, "Did anyone see the white dwarf I painted this weekend? I'm really happy with how it came out."
I have not yet, but I will.
Did you post it in Discord, Panic
Yeah.
Bomb? Those who said, "Jordan, my fellow heretic brother."
Hey! Heretics all the way!
I just can't even trust any of you people anymore. Horrible humans.
I mean, that does go with the
Tracks.
name.
It tracks.
We are filthy heretics. I won't make the argument that we're not filthy. But
Is
we are
the
heretics.
air compressor on?
No, but it can be. Would you like it to be on?
If we could, yeah. Because it is prime time. You know, I wish that we could show on stream the aerosol primers.
For you guys.
Because this would be perfect for aerosol priming.
You guys could hear those sirens? They didn't even sound very close today. Crazy.
Usually they're super loud.
I mean, yeah. Panic Bomb's miniature is posted in completed miniatures. So
Nice.
be sure to check it out.
Definitely, we'll take it out. Take a look.
And then one last thing to do, which is scary.
Uh-oh. What's that?
Well, you can see the back end of this hammer didn't print
Oh,
properly.
yep.
Notice how even as supported as it was, the supports along the bottom kept failing. So Brendan went in. I keep calling Brendan.
Brennan is
I kept calling Brendan. It's Brennan.
Okay.
Brendan took and
Brennan.
re-supported all of this stuff. So I have to figure out how to make this work and get it glued together. So pray for me on this one. I gotta snip this off. Right about there. Ooh, look at that. That's a pretty flat snip.
Okay. We got 5 guys put together with little guns. And we're going to do 5 guys with some like hand weapons and guns. That'll be cool.
No, Whiskey, I think that's what he's saying. And we can't use them inside. Oh, airbrush primer. Are you going to airbrush prime them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I see that knife again real quick?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Always cut away from your thumb, kiddies.
Unless you like not having a thumb, which I imagine not something anybody would like. I certainly wouldn't.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I'm pretty on board with liking having thumbs.
Zombie, you know what? For the sake of anybody out here who might really be wondering, we're not going to spray aerosol inside.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I kind of left that one hanging. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not something we can do because this is the perfect little batch of models to hit with our matte black. But not something we can show.
D-Fresh wants to know how the resolution is on the models. Are the layer lines pretty minimal?
Pretty minimal. We print on a Sonic Mega 8K at, I believe, 40 micron resolution. There are some areas where flat, open spots. See how many times. Anybody want to take the over-under on how many times I knock that off of there? There are some flat open spots that do, just because some of the models, like most of them like this, doesn't really have any. Even on the flat face of the scroll here is nice and smooth, you'll see, because of how it was oriented on the
Build plate.
the supports. You have to understand that all of that comes down to how the model is supported. This one that we painted up didn't have any problems. Even the flat of the sword, super smooth. Everything, so I didn't have to do any sanding, no cleanup really at all, just pull the supports off, prime paint, right, which is great. The big guy has a little bit of layer resolution on the shoulder. See if you can catch it. Boy, that's even hard to see on the camera though, right? So it's very, very minimal. I wouldn't sand it at this point in time. It has that kind of topographical map feel to it, but I'll just run with it. There was quite a bit on the front of the legs, but they're covered up by these sarcophagus covers. So they knew how they supported it would get covered. And so the parts that are visible don't have a lot of layer lines. So very smart in the engineering on how they did it, because it's really just the shoulders that have anything that is noticeable. And we could sand those if we wanted to. It's not bad enough for me to even care about, to be honest with you.
Tech Elf wants to know if the STLs are available now.
No, they're not. We have gotten pre-release for the Heretic Legions and the Trench Pilgrims because of the deal that we're doing with them. Here you go.
Zombie said mostly, I just want to know why
you can hold on to
clip
this.
it.
Just in case.
I don't need it right now. What's that?
I want to know why you would clip it when you had one that didn't have a print error, or were they different models?
The one he clipped had a print error on the front half of the
Yes.
Asthmatic said, what is the deal you are doing with them?
Just promoing. We love the game. We love what they've done, so we want to get them on while we paint. And yeah, so we'll have them on to discuss Trench Crusade. We may have some other secret stuff cooking with them.
Flapjack said, Pledge Manager sounds like it's going live Friday.
Friday or Wednesday? I don't remember. I noticed that they just had an announcement right before we came live today, so on the Kickstarter update, and I know that they ran into a problem with taxes, so the last update we heard is that they were trying to get it live for Wednesday. You can have that back. That blue stuff is
Okay.
Yep,
It's
so
like-
that's awesome. I've been looking at getting into Tech Crusade, and now I'm sold.
Here, you can fix it.
But the
Wednesday for some people, but Friday for everyone.
what's that?
Flapjack said, I think it's Wednesday for some people, but Friday for everybody.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hey, Jason, do you have that box of bits that I can go through to see if there are any gun hands on there that don't have
I don't know.
bad barrels? The drums on some of these guys didn't come through very well.
So the models you're working on to smoosh together is a situation where two wrongs do make a right? Yes, correct. Correct. This one was all perfect, right? Except for the hammer, right? The business end of the hammer didn't print. This one, the business end of the hammer printed correctly, but the haft did not. So, yeah, we'll just combine them. This one, you know, all the bell clangs worked fine on both, and the scroll and all that, the armor and all the other detailing looks great on them. For the most part, these have been supported tremendously. We've had a couple of failings where we've had to go back and resupport, where it didn't seem like they had, like, you know, there's always a problem with that because they're printing on one printer with one kind of resin at one set of settings. They gave us the settings for the printer. We tried to mock that up as best we could, but we know how our printers act. And we just had to change some of that stuff. But they gave us the files that worked great for that, so it was not a big deal. No biggie. Easy peasy. Now, if I was smart, I'd probably prime all these in black brown.
Ooh.
There's no reason to prime any of these in black, really.
Do you need black brown? I got black brown.
I
right
have
here.
black brown right here.
Oh. Well, you are being smart.
It was
then.
a trench field repair, yes. Yeah, good old Brennan. He was able to identify where the problem spots were and just knock it out of the park with printing extras for us. Although I was minus a left arm somewhere along the line, so I only have 9 troopers plus the war priest here. And I'll get the 10th one done eventually. And he's printing out some more. The castigator he's printing out today. won't make sense to a lot of you, but if you know anything about Trench Crusade, it's a unit for my guys that is kind of like the beat the, I guess kind of like a commissar almost. Whereas the war priest kind of goes around and preaches the faith and gets people inspired. The castigator kind of, it has the ability like an old commissar in 40k to kill one of its own to inspire the rest. The beatings will continue until morale improves, kind of mentality.
Remind me to not hang around that guy.
So the whole game is based on like you gain blood tokens, and you know you have if you gain a certain amount of blood tokens, then you're removed. It has a very almost RPG-ish Mordheim feel. Obviously, the creator of Trench Crusade created or was part of the creation team for Mordheim. So it has a very, you spend ducats to build your warband, then your warband goes to war, you take injuries and things of that nature. So it has a lot of that flavor to it. And my entire army is built around basically manipulating blood tokens, removing them, turning them into blessing tokens, using the blessing tokens to make sure that actions pass and get better rolls and dice manipulation and things like that. So the cool thing about the crazy ecclesiastic insane people that I'm running here with the Trench Pilgrims is that they are all just like normal humans. Whereas so many of the factions have got like, crazy abhuman or demonic things going on.
I've got like some werewolf thing.
Werewolf, yeah.
Werewolf monster thing, which is cool. Don't have it here, but we'll hopefully have it.
It's Brennan has it to print.
Oh, nice.
Those who said it's rare that I find an IP like Trench Crusade where I like almost every faction on offer. They killed it.
Right?
It's true.
Iterator said inconsistency on lore book versus rules. Rules say you sacrifice Stigmatic Nun or a Trench Pilgrim at start of battle, but lore says it is a Stigmatic Nun or a Pilgrim. What's the difference? Oh,
I'm sorry, can you reread that?
no, I can't because I don't know where it's supposed to be. What I don't know where you meant ecclesiastic, but said, yeah, I can't. I can't interpret or translate.
Rules say you sacrifice a Stigmatic Nun or a Trench Pilgrim at the start of the battle, but the lore says that it is a Stigmatic Nun or a Pilgrim.
But one of those words is supposed to be replaced by
Oh,
ecclesiastic.
yeah.
And I don't know which one, so I can't help on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
there they are. Iterator just rewrote it.
Oh, before the start of the battle, one Trench Pilgrim or ecclesiastic prisoner may voluntarily be broken on the wheel to show their piety and devotion. Permanently remove
That's
all...
the Anchorite Shrine. Yes.
Yeah.
You take one of your ecclesiastic prisoners and you put them on here.
Okay. Lawn Gnome said, what are your favorite TC factions and favorite units?
Well, my favorite faction is the one I'm building. I had the unique capability of telling Jamie from Trench Crusade what I wanted. And I said, I want the crazy religious guys, right? Because when I look at the lore, these people aren't even sanctioned by the church.
Oh, they're just like off doing their own thing.
They're literally just doing it for the love of the Metachrist right here, baby. This is I've bought it hook, line, and sinker, and I don't need you to tell me what to do, and I don't need sanctioning. I'm gonna go out and kill demons, and they're just regular townsfolk who just go berserk, right? And that to me is awesome. No Space Marines, no Sisters of Battle, no power armor. No nothing. Just consecrated. There are some that have done weird stuff, like these big dudes, I think, were fed the body and the blood of the Metachrist, right? and they're very hard to kill.
They're big and.
But this is literally a dreadnought that has like one of the ecclesiarchs inside of it, and inside of it is like a Iron Maiden. It's all hooks and spikes that just dig into their body the whole time. Yeah, so they're nuts.
These guys are crazy.
This is like the witch hunters in Mordheim, right? These guys are just nuts, and I'm down for it.
Jason's like, I'm into it.
But all the factions are appealing to me visually, right? The heretic legions that Jordan is going to be painting, I really dig, because again, they look like Deathcore of Krieg. They've got big demonic dudes that fight alongside them. They are kind of like the eightfold path. They're kind of like countless millions that follow the laws of hell. And I don't know a whole lot of the lore behind them, but I just like so many of the models that they've got. I really like the lore behind the cult of the seven-headed serpent.
Rylu, thank you for the follow.
What's that?
I'm just thanking the person that just followed us, and Felix, good fellow. Thank you.
The cult of the seven-headed serpent is really cool. Because they're kind of like the lowest of hell, right? They're the ones that are like trying, I think, their hardest to be recognized as valuable by the lords of hell, by Beelzebub and all the lords of hell, but are kind of like, hell is arranged in knightly orders, just like the living world, so to speak. And so they're like fallen knights and stuff. It's pretty cool. Like Cawdor and Necromunda. With like,
we have a question from Oxass. I don't know. That's right. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's
Said, do you have any suggestions for a red skin recipe? Staring at a blank Angron, and I want a really poppy red skin.
I mean, I really like red oxide for that. Like, if you were to do red oxide, ends up being the mid-tone, so I'd start off with something like a blue or a purple as a base. You could start with something like dark plum would be really cool, and then you go with the red oxide on top of it, and then I would mix in some like shadow flesh into that, or you could even do like an orange oxide to have it be a little bit more creepy, and then finish with like a little bit more of a fleshy color for the top highlights. I really like doing red skin that way, which is cool. If you want to have it be a little bit more orange for the highlights, then you can either glaze some orange transparent on top of that, or you can incorporate more orangey colors by using orange or orange oxide, something like that. You know, lots of options there. But I like red oxide as a base. You could sub red oxide for burnt red, and that would work really well as well. The world is your oyster. Just kind of depends on like what sort of hue that you want it to be in the end.
Rylud said, looking to get the Pro Curl base set. Which other sets do you recommend? All of them.
Well, if you have the base set already...
No, looking to get the base set. So my suggestion, honestly, is the mega set. The base set is $100. One set, 24 colors. The mega set is $250, and you get a total of 69 colors.
Yep. So pretty good deal.
By far the best deal that you will ever find on our stuff.
One of the best deals in the industry. You're not going to find paint that cheap unless it's just crappy paint.
Exactly why. Yeah, I think that's the best. Otherwise, from the base set, just start getting the expansions in order. Expansion 1. Expansion 2 is Transparence. That's a little more of a unique set. But definitely don't sleep on those because they're amazing. But But expansion 1, expansion 3, expansion 4 are all the standard colors.
It's so hard to ask us.
Yeah, it's really hard to
We're
ask
like,
us.
all.
Chat might be better to ask.
We
But it
generally
also
tell
depends on
people
your
to get the
projects.
colors you want to be using, you know?
If you look at the sets and you find that you only have, certain colors that you feel like you'll use, then check out our bundle pricing. If you buy 8 or more individual bottles on our website, you get a 10% discount, which is basically the same as the discount that's in the sets. So you can make your own. The Rogue Hobby set is awesome. It's one of our best sellers. It's our best-selling signature series set. Wad Tomato just made it easy and bought them all.
What's that?
Wad made it easy and bought them all.
Just made it easy and bought them all. Mega set is so good that it's sold out. I don't think so.
No. I don't think we're out of any colors right now.
Kyle Kinghorn, are we out of the Mega set?
If we're ever out of color or
set.
sets, then it will be...
It says 0 available. What is that?
It says what?
It says 0 available.
Maybe there's a color
Kyle.
out.
Kyle, what's going on?
Kyle, help us, please.
Is Kyle in chat?
Yeah. He said, what? Where are my trench pilgrims?
I don't know. Where's the mega set? Flush wash is out? Well, there you go.
Oh, all right. Well, there we go.
What's that?
Flush wash is out.
Is it going to be back soon?
It's usually a very quick turnaround. I know that we had a big sink issue here at the shop today, so they took production down for a little bit while the sink issue got resolved and the plumbers got here and fixed it. But that's all back up and running. Yeah, so it sounds like they got a mixed flush wash, so it'll be sometime next week before the mega set is back. That's not great.
Not great. The Rogue Hobby set is good if you like mixing your own paint. I mean, it works well for that, but those colors are amazing without any mixing.
Oh, yeah.
So
no, every one of those colors
and
is
I don't
great.
think you meant it this way, but it does sound a little bit like that's the only thing that it's good for. I don't think it's true.
Yeah, without intending it, it has a really good CMYK setup built into it. But believe it or not, that was not the intention with that set.
Not the intention. She made a video though that shows how diverse it is.
Louise was just like, she's like, I want these colors. And that's just Louise's personality in a set. It's so great.
Max said sounds like free pro acryl in the sink drains at Monument HQ. What does that mean?
Free pro acryl in the sink drain? No. No.
We don't force paint.
Any paint that's in the drain, that's heavily diluted. Remnants out of a cup or something. Be like trying to paint with your paint water.
We're not dumping paint out, basically.
We don't waste
throwing
paint.
money away.
Are you kidding me?
We put the paint in the bottle.
We got a bottle of that stuff for you guys. Okay.
They're moving the sinks. There's nothing wrong with our sinks. They're just moving them.
You said the bigger guys throw on 50s, Jason?
Yeah. Well, your medium-sized dudes, and then like your Sin Eaters should probably go on a 75.
Yeah.
Even though that's not the game base size. They may yell at us for that. We're house ruling that. We want 25 50s. Never understood the the idea of base size making a bit of difference anyway. The only thing that matters is how many dudes can get around it. And since this is a skirmish game, I'm not concerned with that. Because that's the only thing that changes with base size, is how many people can get into base to base with a model.
This guy, I'll fit on 25.
If this were a massive army game, that probably makes more difference. If my entire unit of Blood Angels can get into base to base with your guy, and that was not the intention, then that's probably a bad thing.
Zombie said I was trying to work up some worn wood or bark, and I liked Jason's goat fairy thing, but I couldn't find the specific colors he used. What were they?
For which?
Goat fairy?
Goat fairy?
Goat fairy.
Oh, the Fae. The satyr. With the pan flute. And you're trying to do what? Recreate the brown? Good gosh. You'd be better suited to go watch those streams than to try to have me remind myself what it was. Maybe chat knows. There's a lot of, like, dark camo green that it started with. I did, like, brown washes and glaze. I was just throwing weird colors. I was having a lot of fun playing with him, so I don't know that I could tell you a specific color combo, because I didn't make a recipe up for that. Whenever I do one-off models that I know I don't have to repeat on anything, I just kind of play with the color. But he has a lot of... He used to be right there. I don't even know where he is anymore. People steal my models, chat. Oh, there he is, right in front of my face. So. Right. So I used a glaze of burnt orange to get some reddishness back into it. There was a dry brush of the bright pale yellow over the top to really get the grain going on it. The dark orange brown, right? I think we did the dark green brown, right? Dark green brown, dark orange brown. I was using a tremendous amount of Mashix set, along with the dark camo green that I used, or to glaze back over it to give it the kind of that mossy look on the wood, make it feel a little bit more alive. And then I even went back over it with like Payne's gray in the shadows. Some brown wash. You name it. I think we threw the kitchen sink at him.
You kind of did, if I recall.
Is it brown? Use it. But those orange brown, dark orange brown, that range works super well for getting you into that base hue. And then it's really just where you want to go with your highlights. Like I said, I used something bright, like the bright pale yellow, and then went back over it all with washes and glazes and stuff after that to knock it back down into a usable arena, because that is a really bright color, so you gotta be careful. I want to keep calling this guy a Cassian. He's not. It also starts with C. It's a somebody in chat's gonna have to let me remember what this guy's called. Well, I don't have a 75 mil base, so I can't prime the big guy, the Shrine Anchorite, today, because I don't have anything I can put him on.
So I guessing the bright pale yellow is one that I'm missing, since I have the color mostly how I want. This needs to be brighter to stand apart from the bone.
Pale yellow would work. Olive flesh would work really well. Any of those in that kind of brighter but warm highlight colors would work.
Nick Garcia, yep, Trench Crusade. Nick Garcia wants to know what PSI you were spraying at.
23.
Mo said they do not have bases.
No. You may get base files with the STLs when you get your pledge. They didn't come with them, so we're just using our own. I went on eBay and ordered 120 25 millimeter bases, 30 or 40 50 millimeter bases, and a handful of 75s for the big guys. We're just going to do them all on 25, 50, 75s. They have them in 25, 32, 40,
And 50, I think.
50 maybe. They have some that go bigger. So, like the Shrine Anchorite, I don't think he's supposed to go on a 50. I think he goes on a 60 or 75, like a Dreadnought.
Call me Moldzine. Thank you for the follow.
We intend to use them as war bands for other things as well. So just going 25, 50, 75 helps us a lot with that. Soy Crusade? What?
What?
Say no to woke game companies. Flesh Wash is back, but in limited numbers. Kyle said.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so if you wanted a mega set, jump on it now.
Yep.
So no, let's not name call, and I don't know, I can't tell. There's no tone in this stuff, so let's just be nice to everyone.
Yeah, we don't tolerate that stuff around here. We're not trying to figure out who thinks what as a game designer. But if that's what you choose to do, great. We like cool stuff, and Trench Crusade is cool stuff.
Yeah, but we also don't need to name call.
Yeah, definitely. No matter what side of the fence you're on any of that,
So,
we don't do name calling here. This is a spot where
not-
everybody can come and hang out,
Yeah.
have good, meaningful conversations.
We just want to paint and have fun.
This is the first time in many years where I have put the little do-danglies onto the belts of dudes.
Oh yeah, right.
The do-danglies.
Bolt action will have you doing that because the bolt action sprues all come with like hand grenades.
Yeah, these guys have hand grenades
and pouches. It's very bolt actiony feeling on that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have the foldable shovels that you can stick on the back of these guys, which is cool.
We just want to paint and have fun and listen to Jason tell fart jokes, which we determined he doesn't really do all that often.
100%. It's my wish to be an adult that just sits around and tells fart jokes all the time. I would be a great grandfather.
Jason.
What's that?
We don't do what paint liquors.
What?
This is the guy goes on a 50.
Seems good to me.
So silly.
He's probably supposed to be on a 40.
He's supposed to be on a 32.
Yeah, screw that guy.
Screw that guy.
He goes on a 50. Poor pig, what's going on? How much gray would you mix into gray blue to desaturate? Depends on what you're trying to do. I would start with dark gray blue and mix gray blue into dark gray blue. If I were doing what you were doing for Space Wolves, right? I like Space Wolves started in with dark gray blue, And then if you want to keep that bluish hue, like the more modern, baby blue kind of Space Wolf feel, then mix gray blue into dark gray blue, and you'll get that. But you can also do things like a layer. You can do like warm gray or just standard neutral gray into the gray blue, but it's always going to remain brighter. So mixing in the dark gray blue into gray blue puts it as a deeper color for a midtone. So you're not super bright on using a highlight color for your midtones. Gray blue itself is fairly high value.
Lawn Gnome said the rules do have bases per model, right? Yours just didn't come with them.
What's that?
The rules do have bases per model, right? Yours just didn't come with them.
We were talking about the physical STLs. Like when you get the STLs to print out, I'm not sure. And if you ordered the physicalized copies, I assume they come with bases. We just got the STLs early from them, and there were no bases in the STLs. So we just got bases that we have laying around.
Sazin wants to know if you got the Trench Crusade book.
I have the PDFs, not the physicalized book. The physicalized book won't come for a while. They've been very honest with the Kickstarter, saying that it will take the longest to make happen.
It's got to go through the whole production process, yeah?
Well, yeah, because they have some tremendous artists working on it, and they want to give everybody time to get the art right and make it happen in the right way. So they're not going to push that.
Totally.
The STLs they have, and the STLs they can release, and so I forget what the company is they're working with that is printing all the STLs for them, but that stuff's going to happen quick. And since you can get the rules PDF for free and have been able to for a long time, right, that becomes super simple. So I think it's a great plan. I think that's the exact way to do it, right? You get people the game they want. They can be playing, getting immersed in the lore, because there's a ton of lore videos out there and things like that you can watch. The writings from the group themselves.
But I'm asking if if a specific unit requires a specific sized base.
They do have rules for the specific size bases for every model in the game.
Yes, every model comes with its own base size that it's listed.
Yes.
We don't care about that. We don't care about it. Base size is irrelevant. Base size only has to do with how many models can fit around your base. So for me to put this guy who's supposed to be on a 40 mil on a 50 mil only hinders me. It doesn't give me any benefit, right? It only hurts me. Because if I draw a line of sight to the base or however the rules are written or charge into him, it just means that as a charging model, I can get more models around him. But since it's a skirmish game, I'm not worried about that.
JDK, and Biscuit Stingy. Hello, Stingy, Stingy.
All right, Magnesium.
Said I missed the Kickstarter. Any idea when they plan to go retail?
No retail necessarily. Well, I mean, I guess from them they will. We'll talk about that tomorrow when they're on here, assuming that they come on the show like we have planned. We'll get them on here. But the backer kit goes live, and you can pledge there, too. So you might want to jump on then. Because, like I said, models are slated for release in December. So
yeah, they're coming very quick.
I think that includes even stuff that is being done by the print house is going to start fulfilling here pretty soon, too.
Oh, seriously?
Well, yeah, they have. I mean, if you have STLs, they can start printing.
I guess that's
now,
true.
That, of course, is going to put you on a much longer timeline because you have to understand that that print house has got 22,000 people that they have to handle. I don't know that 22,000 people obviously bought into the physical models. I'm sure more people bought just the STL packs, but I don't know. The Magnesium base, we're going to follow along just like we did the color scheme on the sister. Stigmatic nun, as she is. But yeah, we plan to have the creators on the stream. We're hoping for tomorrow. That's the time they've asked for. We'll see if they can get us, can get here, right? For them, it's just a hassle. They're all in Europe, so it's 9 or 8 hours
They're going to
ahead
be
of
on
us.
at 10 o'clock at night or something like that.
Yeah, it'll be 10 o'clock when the stream starts. For Jamie in France, especially. And then one of the guys in the UK, so it'll be an hour earlier than that for him. And then they have a guy in California. It'll be easy for him. Well, I say easy.
Paint Liquor, oh my goodness. Paint Liquor said if I wasn't going to blow $1,000 on Kingdom Death this Friday, I would.
There you go.
Wow. Is that real?
Yeah.
There's something in Kingdom Death that's $1,000?
That whole game is very, very expensive.
Really?
Yeah, and they have a lot of like limited release stuff. So, for instance, on Halloween, they do a big Halloween sale, and then they have a bunch of like specific releases that are only for Halloween.
Yeah, but it's not Halloween anymore.
No, I know, but they do it for other holidays too. So they do like a Black Friday, they do like a Christmas sale, they do other stuff like that. And their models are not cheap.
Wow.
So
that's awesome. And crazy.
it's kind of like buying like artisan style miniatures.
Well, they're very boutique.
Yeah, it's a boutique game. So
Colonel 149th. Yes, we do this Monday through Friday at this time. We have about an hour left today. We've been on for about an hour. We have an hour left. So whatever that time is in your neck of the woods, we're in Arizona. So for us, it's 2 to 4 every day.
Jason, these guys are cool.
Aren't they?
These guys are really cool. I hate to break it to you, these guys
Kingdom
are
Death stuff normally goes half price on Black Friday. You've spent $2,000 already on just this one paint liquor? That's impressive.
That's impressive.
I feel like I know I've seen the Kingdom Death stuff. It's all really cool.
Yeah, we've only really ever
Super
painted
artistic.
the pinups here. We've done an occasional. We did the full set of pinups for Death, and then we've done occasional ones.
Their big monster expansions are the ones that are really expensive.
Yeah,
because they are very large models. I mean, they're big models.
like that big dragon is insane.
Yeah.
Rattle
Like, I thought the Phoenix
I can't
was
wait.
pretty good.
I will spend too much on Friday. You're in San Diego? Awesome. Well, happy you found us. Yes, introductions. On the left, the one whose painting you see on screen right now, that's Jason. Jason and I, and I'm Jen, we own Monument Hobbies. This is Monument Hobbies stream. And Jason develops all of our products, paint colors, everything. He's the one. And then next to Jason is Jordan.
Hi.
Jordan is painting right now too, or are you painting? Or are you?
No.
I'm priming
He's
right now.
priming. You're not seeing his camera right now because we're just doing one.
Jason's
And
doing exciting
Jordan is
stuff.
our studio painter, and if you've ever seen any of our shorts on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, Jordan is the one painting in all of those.
Mhm.
And the three of us are here pretty much every Monday through Friday. Our stream is on every Monday through Friday. Usually going to be some combination of the three of us
Mhm.
in here with it.
That is correct.
A lot of bells. She has a lot of bells. She makes a lot of noise. She's not sneaking up on anybody, this one.
Yeah, that other guy's got like a big old flail full of bells.
Yeah, they're not really trying to sneak up. These are crazy ecclesiastic, nutballs. They are screaming the word of their Lord as they trounce across the battlefield, hoping they live to get into melee range, I feel like. Like, they want to smack you with all of the Lord's gifts.
Are they the big like melee faction, it seems like?
I mean, they shoot as well. They're not great at anything on their stat line except for a couple of the elite units. Which, grunt troops really aren't great at anything anyway.
Yeah.
This game is a lot about your elite units trying to buff or use your ground troops to buff themselves. So some will sacrifice or hand out blood tokens to their own guys to benefit them, so their big heavy hitters can march through and start doing better dice.
Okay.
It's not a game where weight of dice is for a full unit. It's getting strategic value out of your dice on 1 or 2 units a turn, it feels like. Now, once I play it more, that'll become more apparent. But that's kind of the way that is in the rules from what I'm reading.
Iterator wants to know if you are using magnesium right now.
Magnesium, yes.
Arctron said they are busy shaming everyone.
Ooh. What?
Shame with the bells.
Oh.
Shame.
They are.
Shame.
That is this faction. by the way. If you hated those people in Game of Thrones,
terrible.
that is this.
That is this.
That is this, by the way. That is this, because that's exactly what the whatever they called themselves.
I can't remember. King Tone said, love the Instagram videos. Jordan has some very nice hands.
Oh, thank you.
Only hands.
Derpstick said, I've seen some people mix Citadel's mid-tone gray Dawnstone with their bright gray blue, something made up gray, to lessen the blue in that wolf scheme. It's a 50-50 mix with those colors.
Yeah, you
Trying
can
to
use neutral gray
replicate
for that.
that.
If you're trying to desaturate so it's not quite so blue.
Yeah, trying to replicate that with the gray blue I ordered recently with the grays I have.
Yeah, neutral gray. If you have neutral gray or even warm gray works. Warm gray will give it a dirtier feel.
Mo said with these guys running around barefoot, they will all probably get wiped out with trench foot disease.
Yes. Yes, I don't think that they're worried about their health. I don't think they last very long. Just going to go out on a limb. They can get martyred. Your pilgrims, you can choose to martyr them. When they die, you can pay, I think, 40. They cost 30 ducats a piece for your trench pilgrims, just the standard foot troops. And when they die, you can immediately allocate 45 to have them resurrected as a martyr.
Oh, crazy.
They leave the game, but they come back into your warband for the next game, as I understand it, as a martyr. And they get and give better benefits to your army to have martyred pilgrims, ecclesiarchs in the warband. So,
Colonel, we are happy to have you here. Thank you. Glad to hear that you are enjoying your pro krill. Colonel said, my favorites so far are the coal black and bold pyrrole red.
hard to get away from those two.
Oh geez, yep. Sorry, I lean back too much and mine doesn't work as well as theirs.
It does. It's a better microphone.
I need reminders every once in a while. Bud said the streams and products are a gift to the hobby community.
Why, thank you.
Bud,
You're a gift to the
appreciate
stream,
you.
bud.
That's true.
I was going to say, Bud, you connected me with my long-lost friend, Kevin Bacon.
Still
So
amazing.
you
to this
are the
day.
real gift, my friend.
Londome said, do you recommend using old or worse brushes for metallics? They seem to tear my brushes apart. You just gotta clean your brushes really
Clean your brushes, and you'll be fine. You can use any brush. Right now, I'm using the same brush that I would do any paint base coating with. It's a number 4 Pro Synthetic, one of ours, right? And it's a number 4 round. And works great. Fantastic brush. Does everything you need to do. Clean it, and you won't have any problems. The metallic, what happens is that paint gets drawn up into the ferrule. The ferrule is the metal thing that keeps the bristles attached to the handle. And the paint, because of capillary action, anytime you have paint, especially in diluted liquid form like what we paint with, that paint draws up. And you can see I've got paint built up in the ferrule. See that dark spot right around the silver? That's paint. And the more paint that builds up, the harder it is for the brush to hold a point because it constricts all the hair together and makes it really difficult to keep the brush in a nice shape. Metallic paint, because it has so many solids in it, will make that process even worse, right? It'll jam a lot more nonsense up into the ferrule that will separate the bristles even quicker. You can clean it with our drunken brush goop that Jen makes, and it'll suck all that paint out of the ferrule for you so that it goes back to new. And then you don't have to worry about it. Because you want to brush, I hate the idea that people think with metallics they use a cheapo brush, because you still want to paint with it like it's a regular paint. You're not trying to put it in, on the model crappily, right? So you want to use a brush that's capable of putting it where you want. God, magnesium's such a good color.
Clarkatron noticed that you had to flip the brush around because the text was wrong, and he wants to know why you're using a right-handed brush.
So
The text is definitely for a right-handed person.
well, so here's the problem. And it's funny that you mentioned this because this has hounded me my entire life. You want to have the text start from the ferrule backwards, and you can't do that for left-handed people. You just can't, because then the monument would be the smallest text, and the pro-synthetic and then made in Germany would be really big, right? So all brushes, well, I don't know all brushes, but most brushes tend to, because the barrel is thicker up here, put the important text up at the top towards the ferrule, and unfortunately that puts it in a right-hand read-only mode. But I do it for you guys so that when I'm painting with my left hand, you can read it upside down and backwards. So it's all for you guys. I don't know how that makes any sense at all, but I'm going to go with it.
It's all right, Jason. It doesn't need to.
I love that she has big speakers on here, but there's no amplifier. The amplifier is the big wooden cross, maybe. I don't know.
Rand, thank you. Thank you for so many things. For one, for coming in and saying this. Two, for purchasing everything. And three, for supporting your local store. We love all of those things. Rand said, I just got back from my FLGS. I believe in your products so much I bought every Monument product they carried, from an Evo bag to all the paint.
Oh my gosh.
What?
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
Rand, insane, and we love it. One of us.
The stores especially, I mean, it's so awesome when people support their local stores, because a lot of them are really just little mom and pop shops.
Yes.
And you see that meme about how, when you shop at a small business, you're helping these parents, pay for their kids' dance lessons or whatever. Like, that's so true. That's just awesome. Thank you so much.
I want to let you know how crazy my faction is. The Pilgrims, the War Priest, has a boom hammer. This thing has a shaped charge on the handle.
I did not realize that until
Right.
you just pointed it
So
out.
when she swings at something, it will do a wound. It gives her a blood token. She takes a damage, right, to deal way more damage on the outside. So, yes. Like, just put shape charges on the end of your weapons so that when you strike things, you blow everything up, yourself included. Crazy martyrdom.
Lawn Gnome said, do you still thin your metallics? It doesn't
Yes.
distribute the particulate in the solution differently?
Obviously, with a solid like the metallics are going to have, there is a good case to be made for the fact that not a good case, it's just the truth. The more you dilute it, the further apart the metal flake gets, right? And so you're going to need to be careful in that regard. But the way I'm painting, I'm not looking for, supreme reflectiveness. This is looking for a color that also has metal flake going for it, the way I'm painting these guys. So it doesn't hurt me at all. But yeah, you can dilute them just like you would a normal paint.
Chuck, this is definitely the week that grocery stores are going to be more of a nightmare than normal.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Chuck said, I thought the grocery stores were bad on Friday. Today it's a disaster. Don't go on Wednesday.
Or Thursday. Even worse.
Well, a lot of them will be closed on Thursdays probably, or only open for a short period of time. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Thursday.
they're usually open until like 3
Yeah,
or 4 or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely don't go to Costco this week.
Oh gosh, I can't even imagine.
Costco?
Costco.
Well, that's taking your life
Those
in your
are
own
people
hands
that
right
have
there, right?
that wait hours for the pumpkin pie, the giant pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving.
Do they do giant pumpkin pies?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Costco is known for, I think, pumpkin and apple at Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
And
I
they're
had no
big.
idea.
They're like giant.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
They're like really big pies.
oh, all right. You learn new stuff every day.
Yeah. I feel like they have specific, not like a kiosk, but like where you can go. If you're only going for the pie, you can go and just wait in that line.
That's
I
crazy.
think. Yeah.
Interesting.
Clark said the store I buy Monument stuff from up here finally got Nova open in stock, or Nova Orange in stock, and they have a postal strike.
And they have what?
A postal strike in Canada right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is that
Right
is
before the
that the
holidays,
only
too?
way to
They do every 24 months, the postal service in Canada strikes.
renegotiate their salary or something?
Well, Canada completely unfair. You know, having to actually go to work.
Colonel did the Kickstarter and can't wait to start painting these models. Chuck they needed a couple things for cookie baking. Paid the price for foolishness. Well, we've all been there.
Oh,
sorry.
You had to go to the store.
Had to. Store.
Hey, sometimes you just have to. You got to brave it. You know, you could go at like 2 in the morning, find a 24-hour store.
That's true. Gabe said that Costco red velvet cake is to die for.
They do what?
Worth standing in line, Gabe? Like, would you go there on Wednesday to get it? Is it that worth it?
That's insanity you're talking over there.
I mean, it is, Gabe. Easy to make.
It is, Gabe. I could believe it.
Oh, Clark Tron said they only made it 12 months since the last Canada Post strike.
I remember it being quite recently, actually, so that's a shame.
Costco pies are 12 inches and 3+ pounds. There you go. Gabe would go twice for the red velvet. Oh my gosh.
All right, Gabe. One for you, one for me.
Gabe's insane.
I'll wait patiently at home. You can brave Costco.
For those of you that know our very dear and cherished Gabe, Gabe shaved his beard off.
Oh my goodness,
yeah.
He
over
did.
The weekend.
I like it. Gabe, I like the mustache.
I mean, it doesn't look bad.
He left the fireman
It's
mustache.
just different.
London said, is it kosher to ask what paint in your line is equivalent to another vendor's line or similar? You mean like a color?
It definitely is. I will be honest with you, we don't always know because we don't make our colors. Like, I don't formulate our colors based on what other people do, so I don't always know, but we can usually get you close.
Always happy to help and provide off suggestions.
Yeah. People ask all the time. We actually have a section for color mixes in our Discord, so.
Discord. All right. Colonel said, who is painting the pilgrim?
Me!
Jason.
Is that what we're seeing on this? I don't know what the pilgrim is.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is Trench
That's
Pilgrims.
Jason painting right now. Jason on the left. Carl Duty said, late to the party, apologies if this was already answered, but will there be any Black Friday sales? We have not officially... No, there won't be any sales. I can say that.
Technically, it is a sale.
Well, sort of.
We're doing free shipping for the United States on orders over $75. We've told Discord and we'll tell the stream ahead of time just so you know and you can plan accordingly. But yeah, that's a big deal. That'll save a lot, especially if you've been waiting to see if you wanted to get like one of the big sets or a go bag, right? It's the equivalent of about 10% off your order. In most cases, more when you order a ton of stuff. So yeah. And that's going to go all the way through the weekend for Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
Fresh said magnesium with bright gold over the top is Chef's Kiss, my favorite gold workup currently.
Awesome.
Lawn Gnome said, was just curious if something in your metallic line or something would be close to Citadel Lead Belcher. I just can't stand the pot style for stodgy metallics like that and want a dropper and love my regular set.
Our dark silver and silver mixed together will get you Lead Belcher. We don't have an in-between silver right now, but we will have one soon.
Excellent. Infectious Host got 2 bottles of Nova Orange in the mail. Now you have them all. Awesome.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Nova Orange is a great color.
Crossing it off the list.
Forever After, you're asking if the airbrush matte varnish will be available by Friday. It will not.
No. Unless Kyle works some sort of miracle, which I don't think is happening. I think we plan to have it out right before Christmas. I did not give myself enough magnesium. Need more paint.
All right. We'll give this guy a little prime.
I've been doing this as if it's a metal plate, so I'm going to continue doing that. They're trying to keep their junk protected. So they have like a little metal junk protector.
I'm on
Painted
board.
his too, right? Yeah, okay, good. I like this guy. I like big models.
That model is really cool.
I like big models that you don't really want to meet in a dark alley.
I mean, I'm not sure I would want to meet anything from this game in a dark alley.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Like somebody mentioned earlier, how every faction has some appeal because all of them are insane and they all fit. I think that, you know, they scratch that itch of that, you know, grimdark aesthetic that we all love from wargaming. But they do it in a way that is literally like bona fide horrible. There's not a good guy in this game. And it's very well outlined. There's no good guys.
All right, I think I have to go take the Amazon stuff to the post office, right?
What's that?
If USPS didn't come, do I need to take Amazon to the post office?
Yep.
All right. I gotta go then.
Sorry.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, Jen.
Bye.
Have a good evening.
I know. That blows.
Did we cancel it?
We're going to. Can you tell Gabe real quick?
Yeah.
You know, magnesium's almost like you could just paint it that color and be done. Because it feels like a paint that's already been washed
Yep.
and aged. Such a good color.
I think I'm going to do these guys in red, Jason.
There you go.
I think I'm going to do their armor red. I really like how the like heavy infantry guys for these have that like red kind of dingy. It looks like it's supposed to be like red rust, but I like the idea that it's just like painted red, but it's super screwed up and dirty and gross and nasty.
It's the blood of the tainted, you heretic.
Is it? Is that what it is?
That's what my story is.
Oh, okay.
The way they've done the art for all of the big demon-y guys is like, it's all fleshy and gloss and bleh. It's like, oh, I don't want to be anywhere around these people. All of the minions of hell.
I also don't think I've done a red scheme for anything in a really long time. It'd be cool to break out like the red oxide and the orange oxides and stuff.
Because you were just using those colors to tell people how to do red skin.
Uh-huh. Yup. Maybe it's in my brain
Got
now.
yourself going.
That did pop into my brain after I was talking to the people about it. Which faction am I doing, Jordan? Gosu, I am doing Heretics. I actually have them all primed.
Heretic Legions.
Heretic Legions. And those are all primed and sitting right in front of me right now. Might be able to put a touch of paint on a couple of guys here before the end of the stream.
Double Trevor is asking, how would you approach weathering the chains to add a rust effect? So this is what everything that you see me painting with the magnesium right now will look like this. The intent is to have it be kind of a rusty, blood-encrusted steel. Right? And so this is how my trench pilgrims will look. This is one of my stigmatic nuns. Right? We did her in one stream. Just focusing on getting stuff done quick. White cloth, so blood splatters really show up. It's Trench Crusade. It's in the mud of World War I timeline. You know, digging in muddy, rainy gas and ugh. So that's what all of this will look like, is this. So everything that I'm painting with the magnesium turns into this. And I have used a mixture of burnt sienna and our Noosh product that you will see me use in a large form on all of these models. You'll get to see the glory of Noosh. It gives that rusty halo effect to all of the armor without having to be a wash that discolors everything, or pools up too bad and recesses. It just gives a nice filter over the metallic, but doesn't take away all the shine, so that we feel like it's battle plate in a very nasty environment. So that's the whole way I'm doing this. I don't paint with a lot of metallics, but I figured this army, this game in particular, was built for it. It wants to be disgusting.
We have a problem.
What?
That there's over 200 boxes and they will not all fit in my car.
Okay. There's a solution someplace. I don't know what that would be. The truck? Oh, well. Multiple cars? Ask Kyle.
All right, Jason.
Can I fire the post office?
It really seems like we should have the ability to do that.
It's funny.
To be
is
frank.
The post office, the general manager came by the other week to apologize for this exact problem that happened, stating that it wouldn't happen again. And here it is only a week or two later, and the exact same thing is happening.
Oh my gosh. What a freaking night.
Because our normal driver is off today. Right?
So because our normal driver is off, whoever is replacing it is just not doing the route properly?
Correct. The post office does not have the means to handle their business.
That's ridiculous.
Is what that means. So,
Jason, that's just ridiculous.
yeah, it is ridiculous.
I have nothing else to say other than that. It's ridiculous.
I don't bitch about business very often, and usually when I do, it's either accountants or the post office that are involved.
Fair.
I'm spicy today. Am I? What else have I said that was spicy? I was scorched earth earlier, so it probably has carried over, not towards you guys, but definitely in a business sense today. I'm very scorched earth. We have had some meetings today where some things came to light that you're like, and we pay you for this? Not unlike Jen's conversation about the post office that was just out of earshot for you. I'm like, it seems like with the amount, you have to understand, a company like Monument spends a tremendous amount with the Postal Service on an annual basis shipping products. You're talking thousands of products a week on an ongoing basis every week of the year. Never slows down, only gets bigger this time of year. And they do not have a system to handle the amount of traffic we give them in a reliable manner. They still keep trying to send a dude in like a little truck. And when the dude in the little, who does a great job. I don't want to throw our normal carrier under the bus. He's great. He does his job fantastically. When he's off, which he's off a lot, because if you work for the Postal Service, you get a lot of vacation time. And he's been there a long time. So he has a lot of vacation, like months worth. So he's gone a lot. And when he's gone, well, let's just say nobody else at the Postal Service in our district works as hard as our guy. So we're blessed and cursed at the same time. And we tell him, you're never allowed to retire. If he does retire, we're going to hire him directly, and he'll just take our stuff to the post office every day.
Yeah, it's like, hey, how do you feel about just
he can
doing
collect his pension and still work and make good money from us, because we'll just pay him to take the stuff that he already knows. He already knows how we work. He's a really good guy. The problem is the post office, doesn't have the right amount of people to handle the business they do. And so they route share. So when one person's off, another person has to pick up their route. They don't have people that are like substitute teachers that come in to run the route all day. They share the route amongst a bunch of other carriers. And none of those carriers want to pick up the part of the route that ships a ton of boxes like we do.
Yeah.
Because it's too much of a hassle for them. Because they have to run their normal route, and then they have to come to ours as well.
Yeah,
and when they hear on the report that, oh yeah, these people will have, somewhere in the neighborhood of, 500 boxes.
they're like, gosh darn it. And then they don't do their job.
And then they don't come in. The part of them that thinks that's okay is the part that gets me steamed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that makes total sense to me from your perspective.
We survive on our customer service, and part of customer service is the fact that we ship, within 24 hours of your order, as long as it's not on a weekend. And as soon as they don't pick up, well, that goes out the window, and we have to do a lot of backtracking and talking to people because, people are used to that. And so when they don't see they've ordered and they don't see the shipment notification, then it causes us customer service stuff. People email, where's my order at? I'm so used to it being done instantaneously. I love this guy. So this cross is nailed through his eye sockets.
What?
Yeah. They nailed the cross through the guy's eye sockets.
Ah!
Yeah.
Jason! Ow!
Yeah.
No!
I ain't trying to have that happen, but I'm glad he did for the sake of me painting this model. Glad he sacrificed so that I could paint some horrible bloodletting on this guy who is, one of the good guys.
Well, that's debatable. Good is a matter of perspective there, Jason.
It 100% is in this game. I'm still not convinced that anything that came from the pits of hell is good, but I don't have a lot of other choices in the good guy section of the game. So,
yeah, it's like I'm not sure the good guys are doing too.
I think the good guys are hiding under rocks in this world.
Yeah, what's the Joe Schmo of this world doing?
Technically, the guys I pulled out for you originally are the Antioch are like the Ultramarine good guys.
Oh, really?
Well, they are like the church, right? I guess they would be kind of like the Vatican, that they preach as the good guys. I'm sure they have some not so great going on.
Of course. I mean, that makes sense.
But they're the ones that are, I guess, thrown out to us as being the light side versus the dark of hell.
Got it. That makes sense.
I'm not sure because I haven't read a lot of the lore behind the like the Hindi group or the Middle Eastern group that's in it.
The Sultanate?
Sultanate.
Yeah. What about?
The Iron Sultanate. I've read that, they do some crazy like science behind creating their big monstrosities.
Oh, creepy. Their monstrosities are cool.
I have not gotten into the deep lore on them. So I think I'm most excited to have the team on the stream tomorrow to tell me all the things I don't know about this crazy world they've created.
Uh-huh.
The inspiration, the view they have of the story and where it goes, and are they planning on like actually making something that goes on? The nice thing is that starting with a kind of weird War One, think of how far you can take this in like real world terms of having a company that wants to make miniatures and drive a game and tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
That if you just start at World War One and then work yourself up through like World War II technology and add in crazy tanks, right?
Oh yeah, I mean craziness, right?
Then they have a lot of time before they even get to like futuristic. So I don't know how much that buys them in terms of business sense, but it's very interesting. All right, he doesn't have a lot of metal, and I love that they're all barefoot because one way to prove to your enemy that you are not worth messing with is to run onto a trench like filth encrusted battlefield with blood and guts all over the place barefoot.
Yeah.
We can't afford shoes, but we have guns. Oh, the chorister is crazy. He doesn't have that model. He just doesn't have that model yet.
Oh, is that the one with those squiggly head?
He's pulled his head off, and out of his neck is the rune
Yeah.
shapes coming up. Oh, it's crazy.
You want to switch it back to 2?
No. Heretic.
Wait.
I'm zoomed in.
Oh, that's why.
Filthy heretic. They don't get to see what you're doing.
But
They might get corrupted and like actually like
I like corrupting these people with cool ideas.
horrible. Yeah, he's doing the heretic legions. Which his bories are just a hair's breadth chunkier than mine, and I was a little jealous. But
of course, because we're heretics.
trench foot was a big problem because water got inside the boots. Oh yeah, I mean it's the same thing like having athlete's foot, right? It's because of all that buildup of moisture and grime, and the humidity in your shoe can't get rid of. So yes, that's bad. Turns out not good.
It's probably fine if you're not wearing shoes. To be honest.
Running around the battlefield though barefoot, usually also not good. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This is my fave, the Shrine Anchorite. This behemoth of awesome is, dreadnought size. Is basically like an Iron Maiden with an ecclesiarch inside who has hooks and spikes that are jammed into his flesh. So he's in excruciating pain. In that it's like extreme masochism going on inside of this beast, so he just trundles around the battlefield, right? We spoke earlier about how you take one of the ecclesiastic prisoners, and they sacrifice themselves at the beginning of the battle to have their bones broken and tied to the shield as a matter of faith and forgiveness, and they go into battle with him smashing. This is his main weapon. This is his secondary weapon. The main weapon on the shrine is the shield with the spikes. Yes. And this is his secondary weapon.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. It has a sacrificed lamb on the front because that's the good guys.
I mean,
welcome to real grimdark here, people.
I mean, look at the back of the Sin Eater, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could see that, but
Yeah.
that's definitely a dude without a head.
Yeah.
And missing a leg, missing his hands. Oh, his entrails are also what are... Oh, his entrails are what are attaching him to the thing.
Yes. He's strung out and tied to the back of the Sin Eater with his entrails.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to put that back down over
Yeah.
there. We're going to leave that guy alone.
Let's go back up. Punisher, I think we missed a question here, right? Did you catch it? Whiskey says, do you advise people allow your acrylic primer to sit overnight to adhere better? In general, the answer is yes. It's always good to let an acrylic polymer to sit longer to get adhesion, because that's what that primer layer is for, to guarantee that you can do more techniques. Since I know I'm not doing anything like dry brushing or whatever, I've gone ahead and primed these, and within 5 or 10 minutes started painting. However long it took me to clean the airbrush is how long it is before I start painting on them. Now, it means that it won't be as strong. If I rub on high spots and stuff, I'll knock it off. Like the point of his helmet, I guarantee I'll knock the primer off of that, because that'll stick in your finger like a needle. So you have to be careful with it if you're going to handle it. That's why having something like, a cork to put the model on and such is always going to be a better deal for you. But yeah, you can pretty much start painting over it quickly and not hurt it, so long as you're not doing something like a really, really wet contrast paint, because if you're using other people's contrast paints, they have chemical properties that will reactivate sometimes the primer layer. There's just too much petroleum products in them in order to get them to slide around on the model. So the questionable chemistry, let's say, of speed paints will cause you problems if you don't have a good adherence coat. That's why they are better done over rattle can primers for the speed paints than over acrylic, water-based acrylic. So use like our spray primers if you plan on doing a lot of immediate contrast or speed paints on top of the model. Jordan's Sin Eater is going to eat some pilgrims. Whatever. Heretics.
It's true. It's accurate.
Heretics. Colonel says, Jordan, is that my favorite red? Bold Pyrrole red?
It is not.
Probably not yet. Probably red oxide.
Red oxide is exactly what it is.
If in Trench Crusade, if you get Athlete's Foot, it's a collector's item, not an ailment. It's a boon to have a trench foot. It is a very big buff for a lot of the demonic units and for like his army that have like gas masks that are immune to like gas. They don't take extra blood tokens from gas attacks and stuff. I missed a hell of a pun from Paint Liquor. Where? How far back was that? Is that lamb on the crotch? Yes, that is a lamb on the crotch. Is that the pun? That's not very punny. Grimdark Ronald McDonald, yes. Yeah, red oxide is great. It fits right between burnt red and bold pyro red. Great color. Valandar uses craft paint as a paint handle because the old dried paint at the bottom of the bottle acts as ballast. I like it. That'd be good for something. Paint all your terrain with it, man. There's no better paint than 70 or like $1.50 4-ounce bottles of craft paint from Michael's for painting all of your terrain. When I see people post about doing big terrain projects with our paint, I cringe and in private message them and say, hey, I got a trick for you. I love selling you lots of paint, but I had one guy argue with me. He's like, no, you make the best paint on the planet. I'm going to use it for everything I put paint on. And I'm like, hey, I'm happy that you feel that way, but I would like you to have more money to spend on your real models than the crop of trees or rocks you're painting. He refused. He still paints all his terrain with Procryl. More power to you.
Trying to figure out what color to do the leather in, because I really like this kind of the black brown as the base for the cloth, and I'm gonna build up like a little bit of gray on top of that with like brown gray or something. I'll find something. I mean, maybe the answer is just to use the what did I use? Drab brown for this.
Yeah.
And just do the leather and drab brown. It is going to get a lot darker once I put the other stuff on it too. This is our test model. Got to figure out how this all works.
You use craft paint on handmade terrain and Procryl on plastic terrain. That makes sense. And I was talking about like handmade foam and things like that. When you have plastic terrain like from Kill Team or Warcry or something like that, you kind of have to treat that stuff like regular models. If you can paint it with craft paint, but yeah, you're going to get a crappier job out of it. So 100%, that does make sense. Submachine gun guy. I just love that we have submachine guns.
Yeah, I have
shotguns, submachine guns, clubs. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I have
hammers with boomsticks.
Look at these cool like sword things that we have over here. They're all hooked and stuff. They're creepy. I wouldn't want to get hit by one of these.
A bill hook. Break up Google. Trench Crusade. Blasphemy, blasphemy. No escaping, that's for me. It's amazing how this game has just rocked the world of wargaming. It's a very small team of 4 people. They have done a tremendous job. Some very well-known names in the miniature world. And I'm all for it. Had it just been a bunch of no-name individuals, I still would have reached out to them, because the world they built has been awesome. They did an original Kickstarter that was pretty cool, but they had all the rules and everything available for free. And so I downloaded the PDF, and I never really got into playing it. They only did a few of the models. I watched a bunch of people and was always really jealous of the time people had to create their armies, because the amount of conversion work that I've seen done is great. And there's some sculptors out there, some hobbyist sculptors that have made some really amazing models that you can download, like on Cult 3D and stuff like that, but they were never supported. So I was really lazy. I'm like, well, I don't want to support them. And I was like, can I pay you and you do them supported? And of course, the one guy that I reached out to is very honest, and I appreciate his honesty. He was like, no, because I don't know enough about how all the printers work to feel comfortable supporting them and promising you that they will work. And I was like, damn. That's like the one thing I can't argue with. Yeah. It's like, that's a great way to look at it, right? If you can't be sure of it, don't stamp your name on it. So I couldn't fault him, but I also didn't want to spend a bunch of time supporting the models. It's one of my least favorite things to do, even though I'm good at it. So yeah, I have to be honest, I kind of put Trench Crusade off to the side and did nothing but keep up with a little bit of the lore whenever people do lore videos, because the world is really cool. And then as soon as I saw that they were doing this Kickstarter, not only did I jump on and back it, but I contacted them. And Jamie was nice enough to reach out to me, one of the 4 team members there, and set us up with some models and some time aside where hopefully they can join us on stream. Like we mentioned earlier, if you weren't here, we're hopefully going to have the Trench Crusade team on as guests tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it will be in the near future. They are having some fights with their backer kit right now. Only because of things like trying to figure out taxing in the various locales. So they're having the fun business side of things that they want to make sure they do right before they put pricing out there, so they don't get caught with their pants down and having everybody having paid already and then find out, oh yeah, you owe us VAT. So we'll see how that goes for them over the course of the next 24 hours.
I hope they can get everything figured out without much trouble.
I can't imagine, right? I mean, when you talk to them and you hear, I asked point blank, like, hey, did you feel like you'd be doing $3 million? I mean, all dreams and what ifs aside, and they were very honest in answering the question, saying that, we always thought it was probably attainable, but we didn't know what it would take to get there. Mm-hmm. And when they hit about a little over $1 million, they were very honest with the group of supporters and said, hey, we're not just going to keep throwing reward levels out here. We're going to stop it. We have everything that we intended to make has already been unlocked. And or will be unlocked, and we're not going to just keep adding things. So we understand if you don't want to back, blah blah blah. That had to be a hard thing to write, but it was very honest. They didn't want to have it turn into something where it just kept going, and you make $8 million and you have 14 years worth of stuff you've promised, right? Because when you're working with the Paul Bonners of the world, and the level of artists that they've worked with are also busy people. And you can't just say, oh yeah, we're going to have all this done in 6 months. because they're not all beholden to their team. So I thought it was very honest, and their sales like doubled from there. I think the community really understood what they were dealing with, was people that really had a passion for putting the project out. You know, even Jen was like, oh, wow. You know, that's like the way we look at things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been fun to watch. But I can't imagine the level of stress it puts you under to have a $3 million Kickstarter jump out of nowhere in 2 weeks.
Yep.
I say out of nowhere. They have a tremendous community of people. It was like 22,000 backers. Great job. Jordan, keep moving out of frame.
I know. I just saw that. I'm gonna make sure to keep
It's
it.
almost like he's new at this.
Yeah. You take me off camera for an hour, and I start going crazy.
It is, Colonel, it is insanely grimdark, right? It has that over the top pulp fiction feel that makes you want to know more, makes me want to know more. I love that stuff. You know, it has that, you know, like what if John Carter was about, you know, heaven and demons,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
or Tarzan, or any of the old pulp fiction, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Conan, you know, just crazy nonsense. And theirs is also over the top, ultra violent, no good guys. There's no moral ambiguity going on here. It's all moral ambiguity. You don't get the choice to just pick. It's like, nope, it's all craziness.
I'm really excited to hopefully have those guys on. I think it'll be really cool
Think that other guy's shoulders. Yes.
to get some interesting ideas on where their heads at with the game. And
For a long time, I read a little sidebar about how their playtest group included John Blanche,
that's cool.
was part of their play group, because Thomas was the guy who wrote Mordheim, or invented the gameplay of Mordheim. And you know, the game that has evolved into Trench Crusade, I think, grew out of just like fun campaign play between friends. So yeah, it'd be great to hear that journey. All they needed to do was present me with barefoot, insane people, and I was down. I still got the Castigator model has not been printed out for me yet, as well as the other stigmatic nun that is the bare-chested one, head to toe covered in blood. Well, chest covered in blood is the way the artwork is, and that's how I intend to paint her. And at least one ecclesiastic prisoner.
Can't wait till I get the bomb witch.
Yes, the artillery witch.
Or the artillery witch.
Yeah, here, let me open up a teleport portal straight to the Armory of Hell so that they can drop bombs through it. Can you imagine just a bunch of demons that are just like lifting up bombs and dropping them through a hole in the ground that opens up into, it's a portal that opens up in the sky over your trench? Like, that kind of stuff is just awesome. How do you even fight that?
You don't. You lose.
Kill that one quick.
You lose to them.
You kill that
quickly.
one first. Communicant. That's it. Communicant. Yep. He eats the blood and flesh of the Metachrist, and they get engorged on it. This guy is a communicant. I always wanted to call him the other castigator, but he's the communicant. Yeah, like what? Like, excuse me? What? And then they nail crosses into his eye sockets. Yep. Yeah, seems fun.
No. Nope, that doesn't seem fun at all.
The artillery witch is really bitching. When you combine the story with the model of her with like like an artillery shell floating above her head, it really is neat. Again, the visuals are just really cool. The story, if it has to be your thing, I guess, the whole, grimdark, never-ending war thing, I think we know it floats because that's been 40K shtick forever, right? So we know that holds water. It does have to be your gig to, float down a path that is, built off of the idea of the real-world crusades, heaven and hell kind of ideal. But I'm in. I'm in for the full pound.
Full pound?
In for a penny, in for a pound. I have always been a big fan of, stuff like the unknown of heaven and hell's story and how it pertains to earth, whether it was in things like The Omen, The Exorcist, demonic possession. Yep. How in the real world do we deal with the what ifs of heaven and hell? And when it comes out in a game like this, that it's all there is. 40K has aspects of that to some extent, done through the Imperial Truth and Chaos. But it actually goes so far as to, say that they were speaking out against the old religions, right? The Emperor was trying to get rid of all religion. And that because there were slivers of truth between the veil of chaos and the real world and all of it, and he didn't want the humanity to fall victim to that enslavement of that thought. So, they used it in one way. I love that this game is literally like, what if the gates of hell opened up because we were being so bad that now we got to try to figure out how to get rid of these things, and it's been like 800 years of this war that started with just, knights on horseback in the Crusades, and now has weapons of war and armories trying to build more mass destruction, and the armorers of hell, as if like demon dogs wasn't enough. Hell has weapons too. And there's some neat stuff.
Yeah, they've got bombs.
Yeah, there's some neat stuff. The direction they've taken it is kind of cool. And great models.
Yes, excellent models.
They invested a lot in the artwork. That a bunch of them they've done themselves, and fellow artists that worked with them. And then being able to bring that artwork to life in miniature, which is really cool. In a scale that works really well. Right? It's not overly heroic, but it's not super skinny either. They've done really good engineering so that you can 3D print it and feel like it's fairly stable. There's not a ton of the little bits that, feel like, oh my God, I'm going to break that in a heartbeat. Obviously swords and whips and chains, they've done a pretty good job of engineering. Like the sword is thick enough. I didn't glue it up at the helmet or anything on this guy, but it's thick enough that it doesn't feel like it's just going to snap off. Now it is resin, so if I bang it around too much, it will pop off of there. But very smart of them to do what they've done so that they can get miniatures in people's hands. People can start playing.
Bye. Oh, it's 4:02. Would you look at that?
It's already 4 or something?
Yeah.
What?
That looks dope. Your mustache, Gabe. It looks great.
Thanks, dog.
Why don't you show him? Has to wait.
For what?
For his beard to grow back, probably.
Yeah, you trying to grow your beard back before you show people, Gabe?
I'll give him a quick look. Hey, you guys want to hear something funny?
Babyface Gabe.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Is
No.
it you telling us? Because
Yes.
I could call you a liar.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Gabe allegedly has put a bunch of packing peanuts in my van.
Uh-huh.
And if that's the case, I just want to let the world know
The Gabe will not be returning to work?
that will be the end of the Gabe show.
Okay.
Indefinite.
Okay.
So I
Thank
just
you,
so that
Bailicker.
everybody hears that.
That sounds kind of like a threat.
Oh, it is. 100%.
Oh, it is.
Okay. Anyway, so, there
So,
you go,
Chris,
chat.
Chris, word of wisdom, you should never do that out loud.
Oh, this one I want the world to know. I want the world to know. See you guys tomorrow.
Gabe, take it easy, man. Have a
Scorched
great night.
Earth policy.
Maybe.
Gabe's like, I'm leaving before he gets to his car.
Yeah, you better.
He better.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Bye.
This is Chris's first day back from his vacation.
Oh, he has been.
And boy, has it
absolutely-
been fun watching the two of them dicker around all day.
Yep.
We got a box today that had a bunch of packing peanuts in it. And Gabe comes to me and goes, I want to warn you that somebody sent us a box that included packing peanuts, and Christopher has it. And I'm like, why is this a bad thing? What do I not know about Christopher? He's like, you never give Christopher anything like packing peanuts.
Oh, hi, Gabe.
You won't say you're here.
Did you put the packing?
Didn't? Oh.
Are we gonna have his? We're not gonna do that. The thing that I suggested. Dude, it's.
Law Dog, what's going on? Everybody says they approve of the stash. I think chat's delusional.
Yeah.
He showed up this morning.
Yeah.
He literally, and it's not like Gabe can possibly look 15 years younger, but he did.
Like, what have you done with 20,
If I ever decide to
25-year-old
get rid
Gabe?
of the mustache completely, it's a lot.
You are way off stream.
All right, see you guys.
See ya. Have a good night, Gabe. You don't have to stick around. You can split if you want.
Are you gonna keep painting here for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll keep painting for a little bit. I want to get like all of this color done at least.
Yeah.
Since I'm
Okay.
doing something I never do, which is line assembly painting and or assembly line painting. I just never do this, right?
Yeah. Let me finish up this one little color on this guy. I'm very happy with this recipe so far. I think this is really cool. I'm about to head out.
Oh.
I didn't have to.
Really?
I didn't have to go.
Hey, can you see if they brought me something? They should have delivered some stuff.
I can.
You got
okay.
some stuff earlier that I grabbed. It's, I think.
One should be like a little package with some bases in it.
All right. That's it for me. This is it. This is the recipe,
All right.
plus a little bit of silver. I think this will look cool.
Yep.
Once I spruce it up a little bit,
It's got good contrast.
and then goes the noosh. And then we're going to get some nice, dirty, grimy, gunky, gross guys.
Defresh, is it best practice to get metallics on first? It really just depends. The way that I'm doing these, I did a test model, and the way that I'm doing these includes a lot of weathering via our noosh for a very muddy, worn effect. And so in that case, the answer is yes, because I have to do that very messy weathering effect, and I don't want to get it all over other parts of the model that I've already painted, because I'm not nooshing the whole thing. I'm only nooshing the bits that I'm painting with this metallic color, right? So we started it on a model that's fully armored, right? One of the stigmatic nuns. And so her armor, that's what everything that I've painted in this color will look like, right? It's meant to be a very earthen toned steel. And so I start with the magnesium because it has an almost bronze feel to it, like a very dark bronze. And then we'll do dark silver over the top, then some silver highlight. Then we'll do a wash, a black wash, and then we'll do noosh all over the top of that. And it'll make all the metal look like this. And, when I punch in, I'm going to go one painter here.
This is all you've got.
What's that? That's it? That's not vases?
I'm creating technology. I think it's a cow.
Huh?
I'm creating technology. It's a calendar. I
Oh,
think.
great. And that's probably for you, right?
Yeah.
Is it? I thought I addressed it to you, but yeah, this is it. Oh yeah, it says both. And it should be like that, yeah. I bought Jen a shirt.
Uh-oh.
I got nabbed by one of those stupid ads on Facebook.
Really?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I never get nabbed by stupid ads on Facebook,
really?
but I did this time because I got her a shirt that I thought she liked. It was in this kind of cool rose color.
That is a cool color shirt.
Every Christmas.
It
present
says
is
I
rose.
like murder shows, comfy clothes, and about 3 people.
That's so awesome.
And
Yeah.
it's true. That's right. It's a
True.
calendar.
That's also for you. I got you that calendar too.
Thank you. Love it.
All right.
And thank you for my shirt. I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm
I
also
gotta go get
leaving.
some stuff for
Chat, Jason, been a pleasure as always. Much love for me. I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Well,
I'm going.
yeah, he's on a.
I'm on a roll.
You're on a roll. All right, Jason. Have a good night.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Good night, everyone. Behave, please, for our fearless leader.
What, you gotta take it easy on an old man?
Well, I wasn't gonna put it like that.
Surprised it's not Jason's face. No, I bought her pants with my face on them.
Huh. Just realized that this is. Yeah, that's funny. All right.
40K doesn't feel as grimdark as before? No. Not really. You know, and I don't know if that's a reality of broader group that you're making models and gaming for. When you read the lore, it's still really dark, right? Like even the children's books. Like it was funny when they came out with like the children's detective style books. If you read any of those, they were not real kid or childlike. They were still pretty brutal. They weren't over the top brutal, right? But they weren't children's books. You know, they were YA stuff that leaned into, you know, like getting you prepped for the grimdark. So they still are, you know, like the books are still pretty brutal. You know, even the Into the Heresy was still pretty brutal. It described stuff pretty brutal. It painted a really, really bleak picture. So I give them that in the lore doesn't translate in the 40K reality into the game as well anymore because it's just a game, right? And it's a mediocre game at best when you look at how they've treated the rules a lot of times and things like that. I don't know, and I'm not going to get on a pedestal and say I could make it better. I'm just saying that when you have a game that's been through 10 editions, there's going to be good and bad parts all along that path. And they haven't really, I think, found a stride that makes it what I'd call the perfect game for its genre yet. It's not the best war game out there by any means. It's just the most known one. But it does lose a lot of the grimdark in that. But I think that because of the emotional attachment to the world that they've built, which is where they excel, right, is that the brand itself still carries whatever level of grim you need to feel, right? You read some of the books and you're like, yeah, it doesn't get a whole lot more grim than that. That's pretty bad. You know, that's pretty bad. But yeah, Trench Crusade takes it to another level. It's like, I don't know if there's anything. Does the sun ever shine in this world? I don't think so. What's the story with Baby J's faction? The Heretic Legions are kind of like the unwashed millions of hell. Right? So, like demon generals and lesser demons that kind of mob all the human warriors together. You can pop that off.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Plank, what's going on? Zazen, what's happening? Bait Liquor. Law Dog says, all right, now that the responsible ones are gone, show us some non-previously leaked new news stuff. I don't really, do I have anything? I don't really have a lot right this minute. I've shown you pretty much everything. I think the only thing that I haven't really shown off is like the full line of heavy bodied acrylics. I've only showed you like 8 colors, so I have 8 other colors I could show you there, but nah. I'll save that. I'll save that. Much needed coffee. Curious what size brushes you guys were using a few minutes ago. I have been using a number 4 of our Pro Synthetics the whole day. And Jordan's probably been using a number 3 Sable. That's his go-to brush. A number 3 round Sable from our Pro Sable collection. All of them available on our site. I paint normally with a number 4 and a number 2. So my number 4 synthetic for banging out some metallics on there. I'm doing big sloppy brush strokes. I'm not doing any detail work right now, right? So whenever that's the case, like right now I'll move to dark silver. You're always scared of going with bigger brushes. So the thing to remember is that what you get from a big brush to a small brush is that the big brush will hold more paint. Typically it will flow, it will allow paint to flow off the brush better because it just has more bristles holding all of that paint. Whereas the lesser amount of bristles are in a brush, it won't draw as much paint. It just can't, right? Because it's not big enough surface wise. And then there's not as much of that bristle count to break the tension as you're painting with it. So you'll get, a good line, but it'll go away really quick, right? And with a bigger brush, you can control that a little better, especially as you start thinning your paint. You won't want to paint with like glazes and stuff with tiny brushes unless you're doing really, really micro blends in tight areas, of course, where it's more a function of the brush fits versus doesn't fit. But the bigger brush will hold, it should hold just as good of a point as a smaller brush. A lot of people start painting thinking that, what I really need is a tiny, I don't even have small brushes on my desk, do I? Let's think. Let's get like this. Here's a number 1, right? So this is a number 1 synthetic. And so you're painting small things, so you think I need a small brush to paint small things. But in reality, a big brush will paint the small things and let you paint more with each dip of the brush into your paint because it just holds more paint. You just need that bristle, right, to stay with a good point. And if you watch our show much, you'll notice that, you can do what I call chasing the point, which with any brush as you paint, it flattens out one way and gets really sharp the other way. And so you can always find a point that works to paint even small details on a small model with a larger brush like a number 4 like this. So good thing to learn all the time, that you have the ability to paint with a larger brush. You'll enjoy your painting more, I think, because you'll spend less time going back and forth to the palette and more time painting, which is, admittedly what it's all about. I think I mixed these two, didn't I? Yeah, I feel like I mixed these two. Did I just go with silver? I don't remember now. I gotta go back and watch my own stream. I feel like maybe I just mixed this with silver and skipped dark silver, didn't I? Magnesium, yeah, and silver. The more I'm looking at it on the palette here, I'm like, I don't think I used dark silver. That's too dark. I mixed magnesium and silver so I could get that in-between color that I might be able to do with bronze. But I don't think it'll be quite as silvery, so. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Thanks for my sanity check there, gang. Right. And again, not really on this stuff caring about blending. I'm really just trying to put shine where the shine spots would go. So on the tops of hands and armor and stuff, you just put big sloppy strokes on there, right? And then leave it to where on the bottom it's still the magnesium color. So you don't want to get the silver on the bottom of too many things. But again, at this scale, You're really just going for contrast. And when painting armies like we're doing here, stepping outside of our normal display style painting, what we're really going for is speed. The ability to make sure that color gets where it needs to go in a quick enough manner. I think that adds just the right burst of shine to that otherwise kind of dirty paint color. Like so. I mean, you could paint your whole army like that and be done. I didn't even really have to spend a lot of time focused on where I wanted. If I wanted shiny armor, then that's really good. 2 colors. Just mixing that other one in, and you're done. So I probably, if I was smart, I'd either make that color or find out if one of my bronzes works just as well. So let's do that real quick. I feel like bronze itself is too bright or too dark, so I'm gonna go with light bronze, and we'll see if light bronze makes this to where I don't have to mix the colors. It may be too yellowish. Let's see. It's too bright. Yeah, that's my problem. Let's try bronze then. I think bronze is definitely too yellowish though. So I may just have to keep mixing it because I really do like the coloring. I'm trying to move towards steel, not yellow, not gold. And the bronze, unfortunately, just is too bright. Yeah. All right. Got to keep mixing. No harm, no foul. Just use a very sloppy brush stroke, almost like a dry brush here, right? You're just kind of wiping the brush across to pick up details and get some highlight, not only on edges, but, you know, on the flats as well as you can. But if you're messy with it, that's just going to help the whole overall gritty, grimy effect of this model as we go. Wow, those are too fast. That's really nice. Too easy. Use the brush to kind of stipple it on there if you want to. The big flat areas. Hey, thank you for that follow. I'm not painting the guns. You may be asking why not. I've been doing the guns in the dark silver with then basically a wash of Payne's gray. They will get some of the rust from the rust effect that we've done, probably, but it just makes them look more like a gunmetal. It gives me another color of metal versus that and the silver, the pure dark silver on the blade, the Payne's gray wash, or I'm sorry, it was blue black wash on them. That winds up making a little bit more gunmetal. Just add a little bit of interest. When you're using a lot of metallic paints, you got to be careful to reuse the same stuff over and over and over again. It gets to be a lot. I'm not a big painter of metallics. Even though our metallics are fantastic, I do non-metallic all the time. I'm very careful not to, or I want to be very careful not to overdo the metallics if I can avoid it. But this is the perfect kind of army that I also want to get done quickly. And we'll be able to have a lot of fun with these guys because they have so much cloth. As opposed to the stigmatic nun that was all armor. And of course, the big anchorite will be a tougher one. We can add a lot more color underneath on the anchorite because of the amount of surface area we have on a dreadnought sized model versus these little guys. But I'm not doing anything you guys out there can't do. It's very quick. Burn through models. I would like to get the wash on all of them before I get out of here tonight, so that we're ready for Noosh tomorrow. We can just kind of start the stream, hopefully talking to the creators of Trench Crusade, if we'll have them on live, and nooshing a bunch of models, which would be fantastic. If you weren't here earlier when I said these 3D printed models come multi-pose or multi-part so that you can multi-pose them. And they worked really, really well. I was surprised with a 3D printed model that allowed me to have, you know, the body and arms go together so well. I'm always worried, even with the plastic models, you know, like Bolt Action has a lot. The old GW used to have a lot of models that would have, you know, like this guy, a torso with no arms, and then both the arms are attached to the weapon. And it usually is really hard because you have two arms that have to go on the torso exact and not leave gaps in the shoulders. And these models did a great job of that, right? Because this guy's the same as, do I have the same dude? Yeah, like this. Same body. Oh, I forgot to paint the thingamajigger on this one. Did I get all the rest? I feel like I got all the rest, right? But the way the arms fit together was fantastic. Made that really easy. So again, kudos on the engineering for these. I think that if you back the Kickstarter and you, once you get it, you'll be pleasantly surprised with how well the models go together. Now, I assume all of the factions will be the same as these. Oh, maybe, yeah, I hadn't done any of this guy. Oops. You missed the old GW multi-pose stuff? Some of it was garbage, though. I do like I miss the ability to do it because for things like converting, it was much better than the current stuff where it's all, you know, crazy engineering on the sprue. So I'll give you that, right? 100% I'm with you on that end. Yeah, the magnesium with the silver mixed in is just the right choice. I think if I tried to fight anything else on here, I'd be really displeased. Because I can basically just squib it over the entire surface, and it gives me a perfect shine, which speeds up everything tremendously. The freedom is kind of gone. Yeah. You know, it's funny. There will be way more people who don't know what we're talking about because they've existed only in the world of GW that has had these fantastic molded products. You know, the old plastics were garbage. You know, they've grown in the plastics molding. You know, I think that's probably some Bandai influence because they've worked heavily with Bandai. I don't know. They've had engineers at GW that do a terrific job. So I'm not trying to slight them in the least. It's just it's a jealous selfishness that says, you know, I wish that when you got a dreadnought, you still had all the freedom to do whatever you wanted to with it. Although that's one where the kit is actually more, gives you more freedom, is the dreadnoughts, whether you like the design or not. The new kit, the fully mobile kit, you know, allows you to put it in any position you want. So their engineering on the models has gotten tremendous over the years, but it does take away some freedom. Big boy. And again, this is just a little bit of silver added in to the magnesium. Magnesium is one of our best metal colors. And then just a hint of silver in it. And as you can see, just quickly layering that over the top doesn't even really take any effort. It'll keep that strong kind of yellow tarnished undertone while also pushing us towards the dirty steel. Remember, the goal is that all of this will look like this by the time we're done. And believe it or not, that greenish gold undertone that the magnesium is giving us is crucial for that final output. You can see I'm just taking big swipes at the model. I don't care. You got to repaint everything else anyway, so getting color on the rest of the model is irrelevant. Yep, we'll be painting the same stuff tomorrow. Hopefully, like I said, we're going to have the actual team from Trench Crusade on, the designers. And so we'll be painting and talking with them. There may be more talk than paint tomorrow, because usually if we have special guests on the show, this will be via a Google call. So it just all depends. Assuming no technical issues, we may just do more jibber-jabbering than actual painting, but we'll see. We'll see. I love the War Priest. All right, so next up is a wash of black, because we will do the wash of black and then we will go back and dry brush with silver after we do the noosh. So it'll be a wash of black, and then over the top of the black wash we will do the noosh in the burnt sienna, which is what gives us the rust color. You can see the rust nuances, but it's very odd in terms of like the direction you're looking at the metal just looks like silver, but it looks like it's rusty in every other direction. You know, you would think that the sides of the leg were really rusty. You turn to the side of the leg, right, and it's still more silver than rust, right? But now the other side looks rusty. So that noosh gives us that crazy effect on the metallics that lets them just look beaten and worn like that. So we'll do all that. That won't go on the cloth and such. We'll do all the mud and blood and guts on the cloth on our own by manual laboring. Yeah, definitely. We will be painting them. The goal is to get these done. I won't say this week because we have the Thanksgiving break, and we probably won't be streaming Thursday, Friday. I might stream Friday on Black Friday. It just depends on what goes on here around the shop. I know we've got a lot of people that are saying they're going to come in at the shop to help make sure orders ship out on Black Friday, so we'll see what kind of work we've got to do. I don't want to be in the office to be the only one goofing off, so we'll see. Jibber jabber and play a game of it. You were surprised at how modular the drop fleet stuff is? Oh, I don't know that I've seen that, Cordell. Yeah, exactly, Gosu. More of a tarnish. If you ever built the first gen Warcry cultists, they're cut so odd you can't even kit bash them without building to 100% and then cutting it up. Yeah, that's because they have like the weird leg, goes on with the torso overlapping in weird ways. You can't get a full leg until you build the whole model. Yeah, it's crazy. Space Marines, exactly the same. When are we going to see the Artillery Witch nuking some of the zealots in your army, says Real DiCaprio. Well, the Artillery Witch, I think, got printed out today. And we'll see. He printed the free mini with a dog from TC and was really pleased with them. Yeah, that one's from somebody else. That's from a third party, but it's a great model. Right? I have that one too. That was done and posted up on the Trench Crusade deal, but that's a guy who's done. He actually has some other models. Like, I think he's got some nuns for the pilgrims. He's got the stigmatic nuns. He made like a whole bunch of them. Like maybe 5 poses that are really cool. But they're not I say official. They're not the ones for the official Kickstarter. Whiskey says, how do we fight? Go on the Trench Crusade Facebook page or Facebook group. Join up the Trench Crusade Facebook group. And there are some people there that have given away free ones. Like what he's talking about right there. There's a doggo and a New Antioch soldier with a hunting or with a war dog that's a bitchin' model. It's really, really cool. The New Antioch soldiers have got the really cool helmets that have like the whole faceplate that comes down to chin level and just has a slit for the eyes. It's really bitchin'. It looks very like Stormtrooper-ish. Not like Star Wars Stormtrooper, but it feels like very Stormtrooper-ish, if that makes sense. Really cool. Like authentic armor and sci-fi-ish vibe going on with it. I'm going to put a little bit of water in here. I want my black wash fairly thin. But I do still want it to have a tinting effect. So about 50-50. See how that feels. Yeah, it's good. And then we're just going to slop this on. So I'm just going to get a big number 6 brush. Yeah. Big sloppy wash brush. Keep my wash brush pretty damp. Get it all dipped in there. Bam. Wash. That might be a little heavy, Jason, but we're going to go with it. Perfecto. These make it seem too easy because they're so small. I have not painted gaming figurines in a while, have I? I guess the Warcrow Bear technically counts as a gaming scale figurine, right? But I haven't painted a whole lot of smaller scale stuff in a while. Seems weird to say that. Like I said, this is just our black wash straight out of the bottle, then 50-50 with water. And liberal application here. Whenever you're putting on a wash, try to get your brush flowing to the lower portion where you want most of your shading to be. Get any pooling up, just dry your brush off real quick. You can hit it and soak up that pooling. And you're good. Easy. Colonel, the wash I use for the Stibmatic Nun, this is the only wash I used, and then I use Noosh. Noosh is a clear medium that you mix other colors into to make a subtractive filter, weathering filter, like an oil wash. That you'll put the Noosh on, it'll scare the hell out of you. You'll put it on, and then you'll wipe it all off with like a makeup sponge. I'm going to do it on this entire army, so you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But the black wash that I'm using is on the site for sure. We make a pre-mixed black, brown, and flesh wash. That's what you see me using here is the black. And then Noosh is in our mediums section. And Noosh is like a really radical new painting medium that I don't think anybody's ever done before. It turns acrylics into basically short timer oil washes, question mark. Is that a fair statement, chat? I say short timer because you get about 15 to 30 minutes of working time out of your acrylics to be able to turn them into washes with Noosh, which is great. So that you can do stuff like what I'm doing now, but you won't rely on it just running into the crevices and then kind of doing whatever it's going to do. With Noosh, you put it where you want it and then you wipe it off. Hence called a subtractive weathering medium. But if you hang out while we paint all these, I won't be doing any Noosh today. I don't think I've got it in me to stay that long, but I don't know, maybe. How much money you got? Who's buying me dinner? I mean, that would be unfair because that would be like literally painting most of the army in one go. Because once I'm done with the Noosh, there's not a lot left to think about. If you've ever used another company's product called what would we say rhymes with Ulm. There's not a real good word there, is there? And you like the old formulation, try our black wash. You'll like it even better than any black wash you've ever used. It is amazeballs. And you're seeing I'm thinning it down 50% here because I don't want it to be super overpowering, right? I still want my coloring to show through. So I have that greenish, goldish feel under the tarnish. This is starting to dry on her. And again, doesn't do any pooling or staining like other people's washes do. You see that clean, especially when you mix it with water like I have. That pretty much could be done. You could paint the details on this model if you were just going super, super fast and call it a day. We catch back on some chat. Sorry, I'm here alone, so if I miss your question, just keep pumping it into chat. Eventually I'll get it. Oh, nice, Cordell, on the drop fleet stuff. Or Orno is saying I'm about to buy the whole range on Friday. Well, fantastic. Thank you. Minus the 12 you already had. That's awesome. So is noosh, Colonel, like N-E-W-S-H, like new wash, like an oil-based paint wash that you do not sell? No, it's literally on our site. Noosh. Hope that's Glaze Wash Medium. Noosh. Monument Noosh. Can't believe it's not oil wash. It's not an oil-based product. It's a fully acrylic water-based product that turns all of your acrylic colors into an oil-feeling product. Right? Not exactly the same because an oil is going to do what an oil does, right? This is still going to be a water-based acrylic, but it is going to let you have the fun of playing with oil washes with all of your acrylic paint. So not only do you get the benefit of having a long dry time, good flexibility and mobility on the model, you can put it on, move it around, play with it. But also you can turn any color in your collection into the perfect weathering color. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I use this color, but it's not quite, coming out the way I wanted it to. You use a color that you already like a jade, or in our case, a burnt sienna that I already know is the exact color I'm looking for, and just add it to Noosh. I go heavy. I do probably 8-to-1 Noosh to paint. So I use a lot more Noosh in the paint than you have to. The more Noosh to paint ratio you do, the longer the dry time you have. But you do need to make sure that you get enough paint in there that you get the tint strength that you want from the color, so that it's actually going to turn the model the color you're choosing. But like I said, it's a great product to just play around with. Everybody that gets it finds a new way to use it because they just start having fun with paint and forget that, there's no, or, they remember that there's no rules to art with a product like Noosh. You can just be like, I wonder if it does this. And you try something new and you'll be like, oh my God. We have people that use it for wet blending, even though that's not something that I would have thought about with designing it. We make a medium called Glaze Wash Medium that is also very good. It has a fraction of the drying, or the extender capability of Noosh, and it's meant to be an additive wash. Like you can make a wash like this black one that we're doing out of any color in our line with the Glaze Wash. You can make speed paints out of it with any of our colors. It's fantastic. It is something that you can lay down on the model and then wet blend into, and if you're learning wet blending and things like that, it's a big tool for that. Noosh, I wouldn't have thought so, but a lot of people have had really good luck that way. So again, it just shows you that playing with a product, just feeling free and not getting all, anxious about, oh my God, I don't think it's supposed to be used this way. Who cares? Try all of it. if we had a good way, we'd do a, the weirdest thing you've used Noosh for presentation, where customers could write in showing us all the nutsy stuff they do with the product. All right, there you go. I think that's all of them. Yeah, the more Noosh you use, you can add in water too. I do 50-50 most of the time. Noosh and not Noosh and water. 50-50 paint and water added to 6-to-1 Noosh. So a lot of Noosh, a little bit of paint, a little bit of water, just to get it to flow a little bit better. The more water you add, the more you shorten the dry time. So if you just use Noosh and paint, it extends it quite a bit. If you add water or more paint, then you start reducing the dry time back down to where eventually you overcome it all with just paint. So. Iterator, if you nooshed and forgot to remove overnight, what do you get? It would still move. You would have to really scrub at it, but you'd get a model that was that color. Less of the color underneath would show through. It would still move, believe it or not. Noosh in the cup, I just threw it away. It was good for the next day and a half. That same Noosh that I mixed, right? Once you put it on the model, you'd have a hard time if you left it overnight. You'd have to scrub the paint a little bit harder. It would come off. The paint that was on the surface would have tinted that, because you can think of it as think of it as staining, like they tell you, like, oh God, I spilled wine on my shirt, like the quicker you get the cleaning on the shirt, the less of the stain is going to be there, and eventually you get rid of it at all. The longer you leave that, whatever just spilled grape juice or whatever on your shirt, the more intense that stain just is, and it won't come out. That's exactly what Noosh does. Plastic and the paints and stuff do have a porosity to them. So as it's applied, if you put it on there, wipe it off, it's just going to leave it in the recesses, and you're going to take almost all of it off immediately. If you do like what I did in the video on the Dreadnought, and you leave it for, say 5 minutes or so, 3, 4, 5 minutes, then the black-brown that I put on this has a higher tint strength than, than just wiping it immediately off. This is what the color was before we put on it, or put it on there for that bruised white body, right? So you can see that all of that jade kind of olive flesh white is still there, but the black brown toned it all down and gave it a real dirt, dusty, grimy, oily feel, right? Whereas if I'd have put it on, wiped it off immediately, the white would have still been more like this, and the black brown would have just been in the recesses. This Dreadnought doesn't have a lot of recesses, panel lines and such are very rare, so there's not a lot of edges to pick it up. So I left it on here longer, so it tinted the entire color and made the whole color dark, right? The longer you leave it on, the more the color of the Noosh impacts the model. That just looks great anyway. So that wash pretty much dry. Got a couple of spots where it's a little wet, like up in the recesses, but that's pretty dry. So that lets you show how our black wash works over the top of that really, really fast metallic with the magnesium, and then the magnesium mixed with silver. So that gives you a really, really good plate mail for any of your knights, any models you want to do. Hell, you could do gray knights like this. They look superb. If you wanted to paint gray knights for 40K like this, that would be an awesome way to make them happen. And that's super simple. You saw me just do, how many models is that? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 models to get them to this level in 2 hours and 3 hours. So you can imagine if you were doing Space Marines or a full bunch of knights that didn't have as much cloth or skin showing, that you could have most of your army would be finished. Is there a particular reason to have 2 synthetic 6s? Looking at the Sam Lin set, Sam uses the heck out of 6s. And so that was the way he wanted to build the set, was with 2 6s, right? The 3, the 1, and the 0. He uses the number 6 for even fine detailing sometimes. So it's surprising to watch him work with a 6. How does it taste? We don't taste the paints. Wasted. We do not approve of tasting the paints. Source, what's going on with the late stream? I'm still just working on these, gang. Kyre, this is magnesium. A base of magnesium, right? That color, right? And then a highlight of magnesium mixed 50-50 with silver. And then black wash over the top of that. So it gives you that cool, you know, kind of tarnished silver gold look. If you've looked at real silver when it tarnishes, it turns like almost this weird bronzy gold, yellows instead of black, whereas gold tarnishes to black, right? Silver will eventually, but it starts in with these kind of weird, you know, sunset yellow feel in it. So it gives us a really tarnished look, and then the black just brings back the detail and the shadows, right? And then eventually we do the noosh over the top of that, and this is where we get. So all of my steel armor on all of them will look like this, with that rusty effect. And then, of course, the Stigmatic Nun has a bunch of blood all over the place, which I may or may not do on the rest of them. They'll probably all get a little spritz of blood on their clothes, just because. I think for her, whatever's on her writ, like her scroll, should have a big splash of blood across it. Find out what happens, heretics. Parody says, "Grats on sticking it out and bringing Monument to life. Happy to have been following in all its iterations." Oh, thank you for being here, man. It's been a hell of a run. I posted a post today because one of those Facebook memories showed up, and it was a shot of one of our first streaming rooms. That's actually not the first. That's the second. I remembered after I posted. I'm like, oh, that's not even the first. The first was like my sit-down desk. That was when we switched over to standing desks for the first time, right? And the first was our sit-down desk. So that photo is probably not the right timing. It's probably a year younger than it says it is. I'm painting zealously, one might say. That's pretty good, actually. Stuff where games don't take more than a tops an hour. Yeah, Warcry is really good for that. I had fun. I played one only game of Warcry against Zambies at Adepticon last year, and we tied. But I painted up my Ogre Maw tribe, right? Gorger Maw Pack or something like that, and had a lot of fun. It was good. It was a good game. I like that game a lot. I think it's one of the best rule sets that Games Workshop has come out with. It's fast, furious, things die quick. Neat. It's neat. Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, they didn't come today and they were supposed to, so I'm not sure where my 75mm bases are. I'm assuming that the post person that was the wrong post person forgot and didn't bring them, but I'm just waiting on a 75mm base for the Shrine Anchorite Dreadnought bro. And so I'll probably hold off on doing any noosh until we've got him ready. So maybe by tomorrow, I will find a 75mm base. I have one, I just need to pry... maybe I'll try to do that while I talk to you guys and say goodnight. I got to pry Horus's base that I'm never going to paint off of this. That's for the Horus Ascended model that Jordan and I painted. We never painted the big display base, turns out. Heck with that thing. I'm trying to figure out what I have that might help me pry that off of there. Ooh. A sculpting spoon, perhaps? I can leverage that up underneath. Oh, yes. Maybe? Maybe? Oh. Fixed. Every crack makes me think I'm killing something. Ooh, I did. I broke it. Dang it. Look, I broke them. See if we can keep it going. Maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can make it work, chat. Either that or we'll just ruin this base. I'm never going to use this damn base. So it's either going to work on the Shrine Anchorite base. I want you to think about this base. I want you to think long and hard, base. You either work for the model I'm about to put you on, so you let go of Horus here, or you don't get used ever. I want you to think about that. Think of what your contribution to the world of miniatures is, because it's in shaky ground right now, base. Shaky ground. Oh, it's so close. Jordan glued these with like freaking contractor cement. What the hell? I have never seen a piece of resin this on a plastic base before in my life. Usually they pop right off. It's usually the problem is keeping them on. Boy, whatever it is, it's like there's a lot of glue right here. Everything leads to that point. That really sucks. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Be careful there. I'm done with my work day and looking forward to seeing you stream tomorrow. Carl, take it easy. The nice thing is these aren't sharp. I'm sure with enough force it would go through your hand, though, so thank you for that. Dadgummit, man. I have this one, but it's a War Machine base. It's got round lip on it. I don't really want to use that. Right? I don't want it to be different than the other ones. I ordered 75 millimeter bases. I just can't think of what else is 75 millimeter in the world of like Warhammer that I would have. Oh, the base for the oh, I only have those. Oh, wait a minute. What about these guys? Oh, that one is. The new Dreadnoughts all have 75 millimeter bases, don't they? Oh, they do. No, they don't. It's like 80 millimeters. Son of a gun. It's too big. Rats! I thought I had it. I could pop that guy off of there with no problem. Damn you, GW. Foiled again! It's like only the crazy Forge World crap that has a 75 millimeter base. Well, that does, but that's glued on there like a SOB. That's not going to move. What is this? 60 millimeter. Oh, I bet these are. Ooh, those are. Do we have any Warhound Adeptus Titanicus models? Those are 75 millimeter. That is not. I think the Lion was on 60, right? Cannibalistic, yeah. I need something like a spackle knife or something. It's like this one area that I can't seem to pry out, and I'm breaking it now because it's also like way heavy duty glue up at the front. Jordan was like, "This ain't ever coming off of here." So, yeah, I think we're gonna bust that anyway. So, rats. Let me look one more time. One more attempt. Find something. What does Jordan have? Does Jordan have any 75? He does. His Troll's on a 75 millimeter base. You think he'd be bummed if I took his snow base and tore it off of there? Okay, dang it, I won't. Okay, dang it. The big Tyranid. Ooh! What about in that Tyranid box set? Does the Tyranid box set that came with the Space Marine dudes, does it have any 70 millimeters in it? The Carnifex Screamer Killer has got a big base. Drat! You guys would laugh at how much stuff we have around here that's just like sitting around. And to not have the one thing you need is almost like laughable to think that that's the case. Like, how is it that we don't have a 75 millimeter raise? How is it that every game in the world isn't just 25, 50, 75? Somebody explain that to me. I found another one. It also has a Horus on it too. It's the exact same one. This is just a This is just Jordan's version. So, what do you think? You think he skimped on gluing one of them and not the other one? I doubt it. I think he probably glued them at the exact same time, in the exact same way. And we're just SOL. What do you think? Uh-oh. 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 Somebody likes our pain. Thank you for that follow. The chances we can get this one. It's like, we can get this. I don't care about the resin piece. To heck with Horace. To heck with Horace. Nobody cared about him when he was around. Definitely don't care about him when he's gone. Take that, heretics. This is a knife. I would not suggest doing this at home. Rats. I really want to get this guy on a base. They're supposed to be delivered today. That's the part that really sucks, is that we ordered a bunch and they didn't show up. Even though it said they were out for delivery and I had a tracking number. Unless they're over there and Jen just missed them. All hail Horus. Screw it. What's going on? His troll was on a 75mm base. I swear, I just broke this base for him. He needed that. I won't take the troll 70. The troll would pop right off that 75mm base. I won't do that to him because the base and the troll were finished. I'm not gonna like steal a base that's done. Oh, making progress here, chat. Oh, oh, no, 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 no. I don't care if I break some. How can we do this? I need like a hammer. I need to like chisel this thing. What can I use as a hammer? Let's do this off stream because this is scary and not safe. You're just watching for the scream and the blood. Probably not far off, not gonna lie. Oh, look, 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 daylight. The tool is under the base. I don't know what that's gonna do for me right in the middle like that. That's really bad physics, but if I rotate it around this way and I push hard enough, I want you to see how for dear life this corner is. You know what I bet? I bet he used Quickset. I bet that guy used Quickset. I bet he did. He did. Quickset, 100%. I'm getting this, though. I'm going to make this work, chat. Now that I know the secret, because if you use Quickset, then it really only has a strong bond right along the edge that we can cut. Always cut away from your thumb, kids. Always cut directly away from your thumb, kids. This is quality entertainment. I appreciate you guys hanging out with Slow Fuse After Dark here. This is me completely unassisted by real adults. Don't try this at home. Professional on a closed course. This is what you're supposed to do. Cut away from yourself. What did he do here? To get, like, literally, it's just glued at the corner. Chat, we're hiring. Oh, what was that? I like that every time the plastic pops, I'm like, ugh. Maybe. Does someone just have Phoenix 911 handy? Yeah, it's probably a good plan to help me there. I'm actually being a semi-responsible adult here. Right? Semi meaning that I'm not cutting towards any of my digits. It doesn't mean that anything I'm doing here is safe. But the problem won't be that I slice a finger open. It'll be that like a piece of whatever it is that I'm cutting like flies up and hits my unprotected eyeballs. Ooh, that actually worked. This is also the dullest blade in the history of blades right here. Not the smartest idea. Okay, but I was able to cut right there. If I get past that little break in the plastic, maybe. It's like I want you to look at how frustrating this is. Look at that. Look at that. This thing is holding on for dear life right here. Good God, man. The stigmatic nun blood splatter minus the airbrush. If you want realism, let me show you how, chat. If you had to pick 3 Pro Acryl as a go-to triad, what would be your favorite? You only own as a triad the 3 Jades? As a go-to triad. So, the first thing I would implore you to do is get away from the marketing spiel that other companies have used in terms of calling something a triad just because it's 3 variations of the same color. It is, and I'm not trying to speak poorly of others, but it is a lazy way to think about color, right? So when I think in terms of triads, if we just want to talk about 3 colors that work great and give you a great result, right? Then, like dark purple as a base coat for dark gray blue, and then blue is a great triad, right? The same can be said of using like, you mentioned the jades, the dark jade, jade, and bright jade. While being 3 great colors, if you look at them, they're not versions of the same thing. They're called the same thing. They're not the same color, darker and lighter. The bright jade is not the same as jade, right? And the dark jade is not the same as jade. They have more blue or more green in them to help move those colors away from center whenever you go darker and brighter, to warm it or cool it off. So they're not just the same, right? So in terms of that, I don't know. God, I mean, that's how we paint, right? When we show our shorts, Jordan will typically use 3 colors and turn them into 5, because if you watch the way that we paint, what do I have here on the table that makes sense? I haven't, since I put everything away. Let's look at something like this. Right. If I were building up reds, right, I would build them up with these 3 colors. Start with a dark purple, and then move to burnt red, and then bold pyro red. But you would never just paint those 3 colors one over the other. You would blend them somehow. So the way to do it is you paint that as a base coat, then you mix it 50-50 with that color, and then paint it over. And then you just do that color by itself. Then you mix that color with that color 50-50, and then you just do that color by itself. So you turn 3 colors into 5, and that is the painting way that you should be painting or learning to paint, is if you just, in your head, think about turning 3 colors into 5, but you don't want those colors to be dark blue, mid blue, bright blue of the same blue, because you can mix them together and but it'll just look flat. It just looks blue, Shift the hue a little bit. This red is a little bit more on the cool side than bold pyro red, right? And the dark purple is obviously on the cool end of the spectrum, but plays into the reds very well. And so by doing that, you wind up with 5 colors. But this would be the base triad that I would tell you to use, right? Starting with complementaries and shifting that way. So that broadens your whole spectrum. Then you ask me, like, what's your favorite triad? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm creating them every day, right? Because I come up with something new. Like, here's 3 that I could do. You know, instead of doing dark jade, jade, and bright jade, do dark blue jade and bright jade, or dark blue jade and turquoise, right? That was this, right? So you have the blue undertones, the dark jade, or the jade, the bright jade, and the turquoise, right? And so now you get a really neat play on everything, because the shadows having that blue there adds a lot more depth than just going with the dark jade. Dark jade's a great color, but they, you know, I didn't build them as, so if you were going to paint jade, you would always use dark jade, jade, and bright jade, right? They're just all really good colors in their own, and they're similar enough that we named them the same. So royal purple I've been using a lot as my way to do skin tones, right? Dark purple was my forever friend in doing my bases for skin tones in the realm of any skin that you can imagine. And I've since kind of started using royal purple a lot. Sometimes it's not dark enough, so you do have to play around with it. Oh my God, look at how much glue this guy used. Wasted like a half a bottle of glue on these things. Well, I don't know. I may have to concede defeat here, gang. I don't know if we can make this happen. I've lost a lot of my leverage with having these other areas. I can press this together maybe, and then try to pop this. Started the company with Jen, Lone Wolf. Yep. Jen and I in 2016. Late 2015, early 2016. Headed into year 9 right now. Year 6 with the paints. Right. We started as Slow Fuse Gaming. We made basically everything except the only paint we made as Slow Fuse Gaming was white. Right, the white that we're very well known for. We made that by ourselves. We brought in a partner company to help us distribute the paint and get the paint line off the ground. Initially, when we launched at Black Friday in 2018, that didn't last, but I don't know, 15 months with said company. And then we moved into all of the manufacturing and distribution on our own, and had switched the name to Monument Hobbies. Or no, that's awesome. You're going to have a lot of extra options to really get more familiar with what goes together in complementary. Yeah, and that's really the key, is come on here, talk with us, watch us paint, because we do crazy stuff. Like, you'll see us do all sorts of maniacal color combos that you might not think would work. And they'll surprise you. Guaranteed they'll surprise the heck out of you. Oh, did you hear that glorious sound? Chet, did it? We are the champions. 75mm race, and I didn't kill. I have all my digits, I think. Am I blooding? Every now and then you got to check. I'm okay. I'm not bleeding. Screw you, Horace. I'm gonna give that to Jordan because that's his. There you go, baby J. Enjoy. Oh boy. It only broke a little. Only a little. We can fix it in post. Now I have to like cut and file the area where I broke the corner. I have a little bit of a work to do right here. Smooth that out where it doesn't quite fit back together perfectly. Take the knife, and where there's a ridge there, Always cut away from your thumb, kids. Give me the file. Give me the file. There you go. That's the area where we broke it. Not that you'll ever need this tip in your entire life, but there you go. See, I cracked it there, prying the base up, but now I've sanded it smooth, and we've got to, might have flattened it off just a hair, right? But it's flat everywhere now. And then you get some super glue. Now I'm going to sing We Are the Champions all night long. Jen's going to laugh at me. Right, now we get some super glue. All along that area and in the underneath of the crack. Let's sit for just a second. And then, ta-da! Bungo fixed. When you replace the base for his model, they're coming in the mail, supposedly. I don't know. I don't know. But now we have a shrine anchorite, which is way more important than any of that other nonsense. I feel like that needs to go right there. Go with that. So let's do a line right there and like right there. Sorry, I'm all zoomed in. Not that what I'm doing is super interesting. As a revenge, I should just set the model onto the base and not glue it, so when Baby J goes to pick it up, it's not stuck together. That happened today to Chris. So when yesterday I came into the office on a Sunday to build all of my trench pilgrims, and I was building them, of course, and Jordan had not seen the Heretic Legions, and they were sitting on a tray. And the Sin Eater is a two-piece model. It's a big hulking body, and then it has the two hands connected to the huge mace that it's carrying, or hammer, big war hammer. And so that was there on the tray and was, set up in a way that that it looked like it was put together. Well, Chris came in here this morning and picked it up thinking it was together and picked it up by the body, and the Warhammer part fell off and broke on the floor. Or he stepped on it or something. I don't know how it would have broken bouncing off the carpet. But anyway, the Warhammer part fell off, and Chris came into my office and he said, "So, Jason, do you want to fire me now or do you want to wait till later because I did something bad?" I was like, "Chris, you've only been back from vacation for like it was only 5 minutes after we opened. It was 8:05 this morning." I was like, "Chris, you've only been here for like 5 minutes since your vacation. What could you have possibly done?" And he goes, "You know your Trench Crusade stuff?" And I was like, "Oh," I got this pit in my stomach. I was like, "No, you didn't. Like, you tell me you didn't." And he's like, "Well, I thought this was glued together." And he holds the model up. He holds the Sin Eater up. And I said, "Oh, no problem. That's Jordan's." I was like, and then he immediately goes, "Oh, screw Jordan." And he walks into Jordan's office. He goes, "I broke your model." And I was like, "Hey, Chris, let me give you some facts, though. Jordan has not even seen those yet." And he goes, "Oh, Jordan, your model comes broken. Your model comes in 3 pieces instead of 2. It was so hilarious. Or no, it says, "Plus the warm yellow tastes really great." What? You're looking to see what the others taste like? Don't tell me. Don't pick that part of the community up. Don't eat the paint. Don't eat the paint. Now don't glue it to the table or your hand. Man, and you can imagine, like, it's like, oh God, I glue my finger to the model because I'm sitting here yapping at you guys instead of paying attention. So I just accidentally kind of glue the thing to the table, or glue my finger to the table. All right, I am going to do what I just yelled at Jordan about. Casually super gluing my fingers together. I am going to use some instant set because this foot pad is not 100% level, doesn't appear. Fill that in with basing material, but I do want to make sure that I at least get a good amount of glue in there. So in times like those, if you put a little Instaset and then you get, make sure you don't touch the bottle to the Instaset, but go ahead and throw some super glue down in there so that I can get a little bit of a better bond going on where that toe is lifted up off the base like that. This base is probably not exactly flat either, only because I, wrenched it around pretty brutally. But there you go. Now we have a shrine anchorite. Look at that. All right, cool. Close the knife, put the file back. Boom, bam, done. 75mm base. This model is going to be ultimate fun. It's like almost all metal. So again, it's just going to be big rust bucket, but it's going to be a lot of fun to do. It literally is everything. There's like a little bit of wood and wooden shields on it and stuff, but it's legit like all metal. So the big wooden wheel and the flesh of the poor sap strapped to it, who's just wearing like tidy whities. We're going to have him soil his underwear, right? Because they like busted his arm bones and leg bones in weird ways to make him strapped to this thing. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. That is one of the ecclesiastic prisoners that they've taken that need to repent. And some of them offer themselves up as sacrifice at the beginning of battle, and they twist their bodies and strap them to the wheel, which is the anchorite's main weapon. The mace is just a secondary weapon. He beats everybody up with the wheel. So there you go. There is our warband started off. We didn't do a whole lot, but we got the metal done. The metal is off to a good start on all these guys. I think I have 9 troopers, a war priest, and a stigmatic nun. Breaking on the wheel was a real torture method. Yeah, I read someplace about that. I don't know anything about its historic relevance and what it is, but yeah. Now I can catch him up on the rest to dry overnight, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I probably should, but it's already 5:30. So I don't know. I mean, I could. What do you guys want to do? Chat, what do you want to do? I'm willing to hang out because I'm having fun and I'm alone. I don't get you guys alone very often. You want to see me do the anchorite to the point where everybody else is so we can get him caught up? I feel like there's never a time where you say no to this, so if offered an extra long stream, are you going to go with it or not, chat? All right. Turn the airbrush back on. Okie doke. I had to go get my phone. If I'm staying, I need to tell Jen I'm staying later. So she doesn't wait up. We had a big lunch, so she's probably okay. All right. Let's have some fun. Bud said, do it. Tasserith, which metal paint is on the smaller minis? So the goal is to have them all look like this, the at least the steel bits. I haven't really highlighted all the gold the way I want it yet. But the steel is all done like this. And for the models that we started today, that's the beginning of the workup. And that is magnesium from our Procro line. Right? So magnesium as a base, then you mix magnesium 50-50 with silver for the highlight. And then you do a layer of black wash mixed 50-50 with water over that. So I thin the black wash down so it doesn't take away all of the color underneath, but it still has good tint strength and gives me a good shade on there. So real simple, right? Technically 3 paints. And this is all done over a black-brown primer. It could be black. The other one's done on, this one's done over black. I wasn't smart enough to think about doing the black-brown, but you can. It doesn't really have an effect. When you're doing this much layering, the black is really not a thing anyway. The black-brown is going to be better because it just gives us that kind of dirty undertone for the shadows anyway, as opposed to just a pure black. But it won't cause that much of a difference regardless. Then we do a wash of Noosh, and Noosh is a subtractive weathering medium that we make, right? And what it does is it turns any acrylic paint into feeling like an oil wash, so that you can put it on and then take it off and do streaks and things like that with it. So the acrylic doesn't dry very fast, but it still acts like paint. A drying retarder will make your acrylic stay open longer, what we call open, meaning it doesn't dry as quick, but the retarder also makes the pigment act weird in a lot of cases and not it stay together. It'll start clumping up the more retarder you add. Whereas the Noosh will allow you to have your paint open on the model for up to, we've had people like the Artist Opus guys used it and had it open for up to 45 minutes. So crazy long time that you can play with the paint before it sets on. And then when it does set, you see we don't leave it on very long. We leave it on for a couple minutes and then we wipe it off with a makeup sponge. And we use that color right there, burnt sienna. So we basically cover the entire model with burnt sienna, and then we wipe it off with a makeup sponge and let the color show back through. And the burnt sienna just stays as a rusty, dirty overtone to the model, which gives it that kind of battle-worn feel. Right? And doesn't look all cloudy and splotchy like a wash would if we did like a really heavy wash. Then it would build up an inordinate amount in the cracks and crevices and then leave splotchy marks in the highlights. And here you can see, you can't even really tell we've done it in the highlights. You can't see it at all. It's only in the shadows and low curves and such that works. So, all right, big guy. Airbrush. Brusha. Subtractive painting with heavy oils, but no mineral spirits and all water-based acrylic, non-toxic acrylics. That was my goal with Noosh, was to create a way that I could take all the things that I used to do in scale modeling with military scale modeling. I did a bunch of 1/35th scale military modeling, and so oils as filters were great. Dot filters, oxidation filters, overall washes, things like that. Noosh will not do a pen wash. It's not made for that. You want to use our glaze wash medium for making a pen wash. But Noosh will do all the subtractive weathering techniques. You got it. So if you're comfortable with that and have done it, then you don't have to use any heavy solvents to make it work. You literally just put it on, take it off, good to go. So again, just black-brown primer here. A lot of people ask, how fast can you be ready to prime? If you do your priming like you're going to watch me do, then you can be painting over your prime surface pretty quick. You'll notice that my first layer is spent just getting down a slight dusting of color as opposed to trying to pull the trigger all the way back and unload a bunch of material on the model. You don't want the model to get wet on the first pass. You want it to almost be like you're painting dry paint. It's just misting it on there. This will give the first layer of what we call tooth on the model so that all the rest of the paint starts to stick. This layer being thin will also cure fairly fast on its initial pass. It will still take it, acrylics will take, 24 hours to fully cure to full strength in most cases, but 12 to 24 hours, so it won't be fully cured, but it'll be good enough to get us going. And just to do this, just make sure you keep the airbrush moving. Don't leave it staring at any one spot on the model for too long. You can see we're getting good color, but we're still seeing a lot of gray through it, which is what you want. This model is super rad. Got a lot of undercuts, so being able to make sure we get paint up into all the cracks and crevices is going to be the tough part with this guy. Now I'll say I'm starting into like the second coat. We're going in and filling in the gaps, making sure that everywhere's got paint and really layering it on to where it's opaque. And then you'll do 1/3 pass that will be kind of a touch-up pass to catch any areas like in the crotch and underarms and things like that that you miss. This airbrush needs like a supreme cleaning. Sorry, I'm having to fight the needle here. May not be able to make it with this one. It was giving me problems when I was basing the rest of the army, and now it's just kind of decided that after half of this guy, it doesn't want to spray at all. I'm just trying to brute force it over here, see if I can't get the clog to jump out. A little bit. Nope. You can always tell if your needle, the nozzle is clogged if you have to pull your needle back out of seat to get spray, and that's what I'm having to do here, unfortunately. Sorry if I'm a little off stream. Trying to fight to get paint right now. Boy, I've got that needle pulled way back too. All right, maybe we cleared it. Oh no, I'm running out of paint. What are you talking about? Paint liquor? You just realized its left thigh probably has some Saint's Death casting for armor. It's both thighs have got like sarcophagus lids on them, it looks like. Right? Tombstones or something. They're on both legs, same thing. But yeah, it is. It's like some saint. You should go on YouTube and like look for some of the lore on Trench Crusade. There's some people that do videos based on the books and the lore. You can get all the PDFs, and they've got really good stuff going on. And it's not all fleshed out, but you get a bunch of people that like fill in some of the gaps with their own interpretations and stuff, and it's really great. But it has the ring of being, you know, like what the company intended, not just, you know, off the wall fan fiction or anything. There's a lot of really good stuff. I don't remember any of the names of the people. I am a horrible person for that, but I keep forgetting the cleaning crew is here. Well, that may be as good as she gets. I'm just kind of pulling the needle back, believe it or not. Right. Cool. Primed. Good enough for government work. Roman Catholic hustler vampires. there's a faction that's pretty much undead that is very much Nurgle-ish, right? The Black Chalice. Maybe it's the Order of the Black Chalice. It's like if the or Order of the Black Grail, maybe. Which is crazy because their knights have like a grail emblem on the armor, but they're all like undead, pestilent, very Four Horsemen vibe to that army. It's also very cool. They've got some really crazy monsters and like bloatfly looking things that are, you know, fly creatures with proboscis and all that. So it is very Nurgly in a sense, but in visual, it's not, you know, it's not happy, smiley Papa Nurgle spreading disease, you know. But they do give out like you know, tokens for disease. It's not called disease tokens, it's called infection tokens. Vampires are coming sometime in the future. I kind of think vampires are too much of a trope. Is that true? Have we heard that from them? I feel like vampires are, if it's not done right, it's too Universal Monster, which none of Trench Crusade feels like Universal Monster, right? But I guess, you know, if you had like such a bloodthirst in battle that hell took over, that maybe you have like a thirst for blood and you use blood tokens that way. I feel like there's already some armies that kind of do that. One of them is the Trench Pilgrims kind of use blood tokens. That way they take blood tokens away and turn them into other things. But that's more like blood of the Christ kind of thing. The meta Christ. Eastern Europe and Roman Catholic. Hopefully they do that in the right way, right? Otherwise it just feels, like I said, it just feels movie monster bad. It's one thing to have the battle of heaven and hell and then throw demons and weird, like true vision of the angel kind of deformations into the humans to give them big powers and stuff. It's another thing to just come up with stuff like vampires. So I have not read that in the lore. I'll go hunt for it if it's already a thing. But I would issue words of caution to people who are wanting to bring those kind of tropes into their games that, you know, vampiric. Now, if you want to do some Vlad the Impaler type thing that, again, is like demonic lust and driven for blood turns into something else, maybe they can pull that in the game that gives it that it's the vampire faction without being vampires. That might be kind of cool. All right, do I has? I do. Need one of my larger corks, I think. So how long he stays on there, he weighs a lot, so he may pop off of this thing pretty easy, but we'll see. Backer kit opens on Friday, question mark. Yeah, I've heard, Jamie told me that they're trying to get it started tomorrow, or Wednesday, but I don't know if they then had to back that off, because I also saw the update where he was talking about how getting all of the tax math done might take them longer. I know they're dealing with a lot right now. The fact that it's always Papa Nurgle is still the best thing. Yeah, right. Black Grail, yeah, big boss. Iterator, yeah, it'll be coming soon. If it's not tomorrow, they will be on here. They've got a lot going on. So when we first started talking, it was easier to say yes to all these things for them. And then when they hit $3 million and the backer kit opening and all the problems that they're running into with regards to just the backer kit, getting it fine tuned. They're trying to. I really respect what Jamie and the group are doing because they're trying to do it right for the people that bought, which I think is great. The Nun, this one, Paint Liquor. Yeah, Brennan is supposedly printed out the other one along with the Castigator for me. Those are the only two that I'm missing, and a left arm so that I can make my final dude. I have one more guy who needs to get done, but we ran out of left arms somehow. It either misprinted or we didn't have one. I have an extra right hand sword arm, so I don't know what's going on there. All right. Honestly, I should, since I have the compressor on, I should airbrush these colors to make this quicker. And airbrush some magnesium. But I got to use the other airbrush. I got to use the 0.2 to run metallics through. So this will be a test. We'll see. This does not feel like that is going to go very well. You know how you can just tell, chat? Chat. Chat. Well, if I'm going to do this, I'm not going to do it to this one. I'll make Jordan clean this one. I'll clean the number 3 because that's the one I need to be pushing. I would avoid pushing metallics through a 0.2 nozzle if you can. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the added material dimension of the solids from the metal flake is usually going to cause you problems. We'll take this apart real quick. Before taking the nozzle, go ahead and back the needle out. Take your nozzle wrench. But yeah. I'm going to do a no-no here. Take my needle. Don't see, usually have a cleaning needle around here, but I don't see it. I don't recommend doing what I'm about to do at home. I would take one of your older needles and do this, but I don't see mine and I'm in a hurry. So you to watch. See if I can zoom in on my finger here. Chunks like that. There's another one. like airbrush ASMR, getting big chunks out. You got to be very careful if you're using the needle you hope to spray with, but doing this, that gets pretty much all of it out. Then we get the tools that you're supposed to use on this, which are the pipe cleaners. Seat the pipe cleaner, seat the nozzle down on the pipe cleaner as far as it'll go. You don't want to see it come out the tip. That's bad, but it'll, you know, like this big one should, you know, go in about like, you know, you'll know when it stops. And then just twist it both clockwise and counterclockwise and clockwise. And then make sure you get that wet. And do it again. You can agitate it back and forth in there a little bit if you think it's really gummed up, but it shouldn't. You shouldn't have to. If you clean it regularly enough, then it's not a big deal. Right. You can finally see light through that. Then take the needle again. And you should, after loosening all that up, see exactly what's happening here. I want you to take a look at this, chat. See what's coming out of the nozzle? Turns out, airbrush no worky. That's a big physical thing right there. Look at that. Right? That's not like a water globule. That's physical paint. And there comes more and more. And more. And more. And more. Spray a little bit of water through the nozzle. If you have one of these eye washing bottles, right? Then one of the things that you want to do, and I'm not going to squeeze it here, but you put the nozzle in, like the actual business end of the nozzle, into the eye water bottle like that, and then you pump water through from the business end out the back. Don't do it this way, right? Because you're forcing all the gunk that's in there to the narrowest part. Start from the narrow part, right? Push it in there pretty hard, and then spray it into your water basin. And that should help loosen stuff up as well. Go one step bigger now on the pipe cleaner. And again, God, I wish I wasn't doing this in front of you people to have, don't clip this because I'm not supposed to be using the needle that we actually spray with to do this, but and that is not bringing out any big chunks anymore. I feel pretty confident that's good. I can see a nice round piece of sunlight through there. Or monitor light, whatever it is. Put that back on. You know, while we got it apart, take the bigger ones here and just make sure you run them up so you can see them in the cup there, right? See it down in there. And just clean that out. You just want to make sure there's no loose burrs of paint in there, right? Because that's what clogs it. And once you've done that, if you've loosened anything up, then you're going to want to clean it out again. You don't have any water pressure that'll flow through there, obviously, but just get some water to wash the chunks out. And then we'll put the nozzle back in. Hand tighten it, always. Where you get it tight with your fingers. Then take the wrench, Put it over that. It shouldn't move very much. Only use one finger till it's one finger tight. You don't want to do this ever. Right? Use one finger until it isn't easy to move with your one finger. You're done. If extra air comes out while you're spraying, you can always tighten it again. But that keeps you from tearing the threads up. Slide that back in. Look at that. Now watch me spray with it and not spray. Okay, I am going to mix some thinner in with my metallic. Metallic is one of the few paints that I won't just throw into the airbrush and expect to spray because it is thick, right? So I'll do some glazed wash medium and water with the metallic. Oh, sorry, I'm not reading chat. It's not scrolling automatically for me. I missed a bunch, huh? No backup airbrush. We do, but it's a 0.2, like I said. Anakin, yes. Welcome. Got to ask them how they're going to spend the $3 million. They're going to make models and get their customers happy before they do anything else. Now you want to know what happens when you add transparent yellow to dark silver. You probably get like a greenish metal. Yellowish greenish metal. It might be kind of cool. You've just never done anything that messed up the tip of your needle? Counterclockwise. Riveting content we're here for. The down and dirty side of not cleaning your airbrush. Yeah, exactly. Bud. Yeah. Shouldn't have to. But every now and then. Yeah, I've had to do it way more than I should have to recently. So, all right, that, a squirt of glaze and wash. Glaze and wash medium works as a flow improver. So you don't need a lot. You're not trying to use it to actually thin the paint here. You just want it to act as a flow improver. All right, so a few drops of that, and then a little bit of water to go with it. That was a lot. I'm using not my water squirter. Sorry. Okay. So that's going to be probably too thin. Give me more paint. And mix that up. You can treat metallics like any other paint. You can thin them the same way. You can mix them the same way. You can wet blend with them. Anything you can do with any paint, you can do with a metallic. Right? We may have to layer this up because I put a lot of water in there. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's beautiful though. Right? I guess I don't have to be shy. We're doing the whole damn thing this color, so. That black-brown base coat is really, really nice when you're spraying metallics over, even though it wasn't our goal to spray the metallics. I wasn't thinking about that when I did it. But it's really great when doing metallics over it because it adds to that shadow. Makes it very forgiving to spray the metallic. You don't have to have it be super heavy because that black-brown is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for the shadow for you. Hey, it's nice when your airbrush sprays. I guess, oh no, all the spikes on there are wood too, and we'll do the actual, or not the spikes, but all the spines on there are wood. So. I love that it has valve covers on the engine, right? The motor. But you can see how good our metallic spray, even when really thin, like that. They don't do what other metallics may do and get really spotty and almost like chunky, where you feel like you're getting so much metal flake. Looks like a bass boat. I'll zoom in on this and let you see that it's still very, very fine metal flake everywhere. It is still pretty thin, so you see me layering to knock the dull black-brown coat down. I guess the wheel does have these metal brackets every so often, huh? Oh, magnesium is so nice. So nice. Okay, pretty good. I got more to mix with, so I'm gonna dump this out. He said, yep, buying 2 bottles of that. This is magnesium, big boss. The official color of Necrons, it said. Magnesium is tremendous. It's one of the Adepticon set colors, and when Hank and the spray team contacted me from Adepticon, they said, hey, one color that we think might be really hard, but that we really want is this thing that's called Manifold Exhaust, or Exhaust Manifold, or something like that from the Vallejo metal color line. And it was one that they use all the time. And they use so much of it, and that's an expensive paint. And they were like, can we make an acrylic alternative, you know, that isn't alcohol-based, you know, and is, but is easy to spray and gives that weird in-between silver and gold feel? And I was like, heck yeah, we can. Let me show you. And it's just the perfect metallic for anything in that, you know, been fighting in the field for a long time. Tarnished. It's a great base coat to build golds off of because it has just enough yellow to it. That greenish yellow that is so good. Okay, so then in the rest of this that we have left, we're going to add in the silver because that's the next color that we make. So I'm just going to add in a couple of drops. I'm not going to get too aggressive here because remember, this is a very thin mixture. Once you start mixing paints for painting miniature, and especially when you start doing airbrush coloring, right, you'll start to realize that the thinner your mixture gets, when you add in a paint that's not thin to it, there's 3 drops. Let's see how that does. You got to be a little careful because you will get such a heavy impression from the color you're adding in because it's not thinned. It will become instantly thinned, but it doesn't start that way. So that's pretty damn close. But I feel like the base coat might not be quite as dark airbrushed as it was brushed. Let's add another color. Let's add another drop or two. Two drops. There we go. That's a great color. Again, just magnesium. I said 50-50, but this, of course, is tough to gauge. If you wanted to start over and remix your color, you could. I ain't got time for that. So I'm just kind of judging off of what I have on my palette from the mix that I made. And that's really close. So we're going to call that good. One of the big benefits of running a dry palette all the time is that I can do stuff like that. I can always compare what I'm mixing now against the dried version of the paint that I've been using to see if it's going to make the cut. All right. Pour a little bit of that in there. I'm not going to pour it all in case I have to lighten this back up again. But okay. Yeah, it may not be bright enough, huh? I don't think that's bright enough. I almost may want to just spray silver. Maybe forget the mix. Maybe the airbrushing of the color is just going to make it too subtle. Because that's not really doing anything. It's almost the same. It might be brightening it a bit, but it's brightening it a bit. Just not having the same effect. Yeah, let's thin down some silver, just some pure silver. The same way we did that. Keep it really thin and that'll brighten it up. Use it kind of like an airbrush glaze. Like I said, you can use metallics just like you would any other color. So you can glaze with them. They will, if you glaze off the brush, you will see that physical metal flake kind of swimming in the water. And you got to be careful with that, right? All right, so again, a little bit of silver. We don't need a whole lot. I don't need to make near as much as I just did, so I'll do like 2 big, comfortable drops like that. Wipe off the excess. A little bit of glaze wash again. And not quite so much water from Smart this time. Sometimes it really pumps a heck of a squirt in there, but usually I can see it coming. There we go. There we go. Mucho bettero. And we have that. We can put a little hint of this in there. Because that did look a little bit too bright. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's the color we need. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Super fast. All right, I'm jealous. Let me wash it and we're done. That was quick. That was too fast. I feel like we need to make this take. It took longer to clean the airbrush and get the damn base off of that model than it did to paint this thing. So here, let me clean the airbrush and I'll zoom in on the metallic so you can see. Because all we've done is spray metallics with a little bit of thinning. I think you'll be amazed at how clean our metallics spray. Anytime you spray with a lot of metallic, it's going to be crucial that you make sure you get all of the paint out of the brush. So off camera, I'm rinsing it a little bit. Dumping out, rinsing, dumping out. Then when I've rinsed and dumped out quite a bit, then I come back and spray. You don't want to force air through the airbrush until you get all of the paint out of it, really. Try to rinse as much of the color out through the cup as you can, as opposed to hoping to spray all of the color through the nozzle. Right. And then I'm going to go ahead and loosen the needle and pull it back pretty far and then tighten it down. So where I can see, like, where it's just, see the needle just in the cup there, tighten it about there. If you want to be safe, if you jam a lot, if you like jam brushes and stuff to mix, then you can pull it all the way out of the cup so that the tip's not down there for you to get, so it's wide open. That'll let any moisture or anything that's there that's still draining through to drain all the way out the nozzle and not collect around the needle and dry around the needle tip. I have a feeling that's what's been going on around here, is that a little too much paint water is left inside the airbrush at the end. Gravity and the way that the airbrush is held, gravity, it makes all that liquid fall down, but it gets trapped around the needle in the nozzle and it dries. All that sediment dries. You can still pull the needle out and the needle's clean, right? But now it's constricting the entire nozzle hole. The hole is basically shrunken in by all that dried sediment that's on there, and that, of course, is bad. All right, let's pop in and show you on the super zoom. Right. You're not going to get a better metallic than that. See how close we can get you. Pretty good focus. You see those print lines. You can see that the metallic is so fine that you can see the print lines through it still. How about them apples? No chunkiness. If you've ever sprayed metallics through an airbrush, you're really worried generally about the fact that it'll get spotty, but it didn't spot anywhere. You can even see like the overspray didn't spot very bad. So, right. Bingo. Love it. Enhance. Enhance. We got super zoom. These parfocal lenses on our cameras are ridiculous. Oh, there will be noosh. Yeah, we'll be doing noosh. We did the we'll create a batch of Noosh on this. We'll go back to super zoom so you can see because she's tiny. Right. The Noosh will give us this grimy look. Forget the dark crimson spatter I did for blood spatter. So that's on the sword and on the tabard. We'll do some of that on everybody too with the airbrush. But the metal, you can see like the haze of rust color in there. That's all done with Noosh. So we'll mix Noosh in with burnt sienna to give that really well-worn and beaten battlefield look. Like, you know, drenched in mud all the time. It doesn't really fit with a white cloth, but I'm doing that for contrast. Technically, the white cloth would be all dirty too if the armor was that dirty, but who don't interrupt my fantasy with your reality. Right. And super fast. We painted this in one stream. Other than I came back the next day and I did the cross, the freehand cross and the blood spatters. So, very easy. Jade, what's going on? Yeah, I know it's 6:30 almost. This is the streaming part deux. We were just doing the metallics, and at the very end, I was able to pop this 75mm base off of a Horus. I think this is the size base that is for the display portion of Horus Ascended. But I'm never going to do anything more than the base he's on here. I don't care about this big damn thing. So, but this guy needed a 75mm base. So it took me forever to pop him off. And so when I did, I was like, well, let's go ahead and get him to the point where he feels like the other guy. So I just need to do a black wash on him and then we're done. Ta-da. So let's mix up a bunch of more black wash. I'm not going to use that cup because it's already starting to cure around. So I get some solids. So we throw that out. Throw that out. I can use one of these metallic cups though. Reuse my 1 cent mixing cup just because I'm that thrifty. I'm thrifty too. Oh my gosh, Baka. So this is the Shrine Anchorite. Inside is an ecclesiarch who is, I guess, it's not penitents or anything, I don't feel like, but they're stuck in there and closed up like an Iron Maiden. It has spikes and hooks in their flesh so that they're like basically in this crazy, like, you know, insane masochistic martyrdom state, marching around the battlefield in this huge dreadnought suit. And these are ecclesiastic prisoners, people they've taken prisoner that have to absolve their sins. And so some of them will sacrifice themselves before battle to be broken on the wheel. And, you know, then you have it. There's also a version of the wheel that doesn't have that on there. I guess that has, I haven't read the stats on him. Maybe you can run the wheel without to get different stats, but I'm just running it with because I don't care. That's bitching in a most horrific way. How else do you motivate your army? I thought it was by sticking guys who had eaten the blood and flesh of the Metachrist and grown, you know, inhumanly large with a flail behind you to show you the error of your ways should you decide that, you know, being barefoot and insane on the battlefield isn't for you. Yeah, this whole army is bitching. The standard troopers are, you know, crazy. They're all barefoot. I'm excited for muddy skin feet. Oh, Big Boss, is that what happens? Blood tokens go on the dude on the wheel before they go on the shrine? That's insane. Baka, I gotta tell you, somebody mentioned it earlier in the stream. This is one of the few games where every single faction speaks to me. I would build and paint every single faction, which is why we have every single faction. So it's just crazy. It's just very crazy. Slavic, what's going on? Yeah, super fan of this whole deal. It's awesome. So black wash, not satin black. That would be really bad. That would ruin my day. Black wash. We'll mix up a lot of it this time because we'll need quite a bit. Baka, you still able to get the models and such from this? So the Kickstarter was released. The backer kit goes on this week, so you should be able to lay back on the backer kit portion. I don't know how they're running that. I don't know if you had to like pledge $1 to get access to it, or if it's going to be open to all. I don't have those details. The team, it's a 4-man team that runs the entirety of Trench Crusade. And some portion of them, if not all of them, are trying to come on stream. It may happen tomorrow. It may happen some other day. They have a lot going on with the backer kit trying to get started right now. But here soon they'll all be on here and we can ask them those questions. If you miss out on all of this, I assume that yes, it will all be available post Kickstarter once they fulfill everybody's orders and stuff. They have a company that it's all STLs. They have a company that's doing all of the printing, so you can get physicalized models of them if you don't have a printer yourself, or you can get the STLs and print them yourself. And it's about, I feel like it's like 50% of the cost to do the STLs and then double it to get the printed miniatures. I don't remember the math. I think that's right. Right. Just water. Right. So we're just going to do about, something like that ish. Not quite half as much water as we have wash. Should be fine. Should be fine. Feels good. There's heavy science in this stream. All of our mixing is very, very... We do it in graduated cups so that we can say we know what we're doing, but we really just kind of throw it in there. It looks right. If you take it and you rub it on your hand and it does like that, maybe is a little thick. That maybe needs a little spritz. A little bit more spritz. We're not trying to turn it muddy black. We want to retain some of the beauty of that magnesium. That greenish gold undertone of the magnesium is very important for the look I'm going for. Again, it's turning out to be rusty steel, but each one of these layers helps with the fact that the model itself has a lot of nuanced color into it. It's not just a metallic base with a wash over it. All right, now I really need a bigger brush than this. So I'm going to grab the monstrosity of the original BAB. This is the OG big ass brush, BAB. We don't make this anymore. This was back when they were called Bomb Wicks, and this was the utility set, and it was this. It was a 1/2 inch wide, big ass brush. So that's what we're using. That's how we're living right now, chat. You want to do all the wash? I got the tool, right? This brush packs so much paint, it's not even funny. That's insane. You basically just tap it along the model and get miles and miles of wash everywhere. That's nuts. Getting these to the prepped level of being able to do the noosh layer on them tomorrow. So that's what we'll pick up tomorrow if you have time to drop in and watch. We will be doing the magic that adds all the rust to this set of lovely characters. That put sacrificed lambs on the front. That is not just food for when they're in the field. That is literally throat slit sacrifice to on high right there. So let that sink in. Hope you remember who you invited to the dinner table here. Got a little bit of wash extended onto that shoulder, so I'm just making sure I'm moving that little bubble of wash around so it doesn't coffee stain. Doing big models like this with an all-over wash, if you've ever done it before, is a real struggle because you can get a lot of wash built up in areas where you don't really want it, because you kind of hit the model overly crazy. Trying to avoid some of that here. Washes are the best by a country mile, but if you really glom them on overkill style, they can still get away from you like this. You know, big amounts of pooling because of that big surface. Just hit it with a brush, let that brush soak it up a little bit. Where it catches in this little divot here, you don't want quite that much shading. Like that, that's overkill. Just let that brush soak it up. Wow, I needed to make about a gallon more wash because of how much this brush soaks in. We're out. I gotta make more. Make sure I don't have any in areas I don't want it real quick. Feel like we're all right? Oh. That needs to, see all that pooling right there at the cuff? Let's just tap the brush in there. On this foot maybe, right? Anytime you have low spots on a model, sometimes it happens when you cut heads off of sprues, they get a low spot right on the top of the head. Watch out for that whenever you're doing a wash, because that will obviously cause you all sorts of problems. If the wash gets trapped up in the top of the head where it wouldn't have any shadow at all. Remember, this is just black wash, maybe 50-50 with water, something like that. Our black wash will do a hell of a filter if you go with it unthinned. So just be careful with that if you're not looking to turn your entire model super black. Go ahead and thin it down. You'll be a lot happier with the results. You can layer washes, right? You got to let them dry, but you can go back and do a second layer of a wash if the first layer doesn't give you the effect you're wanting. Again, thinking of every paint, regardless if it's a specialty effect or whatever, as just an acrylic paint first, and then kind of playing with it off of that is a smart move. You might find some really fun stuff you can make happen. If you stop being afraid of it being something special. There's a Jen. Holy long stream. I'm committed. Or should be committed. One of the two. Possibly both. I should be committed for my commitment. This is fantastic that I did this on a day where I just published that we've been doing this for coming up on 9 years. Got a lot of love on that post on my personal Facebook account. And for those of you who've been along for any portion of that journey, which includes you guys today, by the way, you are guilty as charged now. There's no running away from it anymore. You can't say, you know, I stopped by there once, but I didn't know what was going on and left. You can't say that anymore, because if you're here right now, you're part of the problem. And you have to man up to that, woman up to that. You gotta be prepared for the onslaught of oohs and ahs. As you tell some people out there that you're a hobby nerd. Tried and true. This is what you're made of. This is what you do. This is what you live for. And you like us too. See? It happens. This is where it starts. But no, honestly, thank you guys and gals so much for being along with us on this journey. It's been fantastic. So far, it does not have any plan to stop anytime soon. Jen and I have loved every minute of it. And look forward to minutes and minutes more. Things on the wheel. Be messy here. Now, somebody had asked earlier, do you normally paint the metallic stuff first? When you know you're going to be doing messy techniques like this, heck yes. Choose whatever is going to be the messiest thing you're painting and paint it first. 100%. That way you can do what I'm doing here. You can slop wash all over the place. You don't care, right? I put enough wash on those things that it kind of seeped all the way around the model and got everything all at once. Fantastic. Use a big ass brush like what I'm using so that you don't have to worry about taking 50 minutes to do something that should take 10. That's looking pretty good. You see how slopping on those shoulders came out really, really nice. Got a little bit of buildup down here. And stipple it, then I can hit it with my finger real quick. Help smudge it out. Boom. There you go. I swear the BAB, for being a brush that I built to be like a tank brush for base coating and dry brushing, it is such a great monstrosity brush for doing big weathering effects, using a ton of wash all at once. Thing puts out like a beast. Yeah. Looks right. And the airbrush didn't really change the overall outcome of it. We won't airbrush anymore. We'll do everything dry brushed, and the same way we'll do the rest of the army. But being able to use the airbrush for the metallic base coat worked a champ on this guy. Kept things nice and easy. Get my brush a little wet. And go. I like it. I think we're done. I think that's it. I think that's all she wrote. Let that dry. By the time we show up tomorrow, we'll be ready to noosh the entire faction. And we'll go crazy with some noosh. While hopefully talking to the creators of Trench Crusade. We'll see if they make it out tomorrow. All our dudes. Painted quite a bit today. I never paint that much all in a day. Even if all we did was the metallics, that's still quite a bit. Slavic, did you have to do anything special with the metallics in an airbrush and cleanup? No, we did the metallics very, very thin. So this was the magnesium, right, with a little bit of silver in it at the end there. And we just thinned it. I probably did 2-to-1 paint to glaze wash medium, because you're not using the medium as a thinner necessarily, you're using it as a flow improver. So a little bit of glaze wash medium in with a metallic base, and then about that much water. So you're 50-50ing that mixture with water. You want it pretty runny, but it gets really fantastic results. The metallic, if you didn't get here in time, you didn't see it, you can go back and watch where I did it in the video. But I went in and did a close-up of the metallic after airbrushing both layers, the base and the highlight. And it was really easy to see how smooth it was. None of that bass boat chunkiness that you can get through the airbrush sometimes. But you do need to thin it down pretty watery. I say pretty watery. I don't want you to take that out of account, because you can dilute it so much that you don't get the metal flake acting the way you want. You still want full coverage. And then layer once or twice to get the smoothness. But yeah, it works like champ. Cleaning, just run water through it like normal. Dead Nerve says, thanks for getting stuck in. I've enjoyed it. I think this was great. We did a lot today. I think that, anytime I'm on a flow with this and we're doing stuff that I think will help people out, because the kind of painting I'm doing here with this assembly line stuff, where, we've got however many models it is, 12 models we're trying to paint, right? 9, 10, 11, 12, and he's going to throw 2 more at me tomorrow, so it could be up to 14. When you got 14 models that you're trying to paint, and, we did the main test model, and I really like the grunginess of the metal and the white cloth. So we already kind of know what we're going to be doing. So all of the cloth that they have will be that white cloth, maybe like grayish pants and white tops, something like that. It's all very dull. It's all very, the sun is blotted out and the clouds are filled with ash. So there's not going to be a lot of color representation on the battlefield. So it's all muddied in its visual for the way the aesthetic is presented. And then it lets stuff like the spattered blood stand out as a highlight color. And that's kind of fun. I don't paint like that very often. So I'm really enjoying it. So, yeah, we'll have like tattered cloth and, grays and whites. But I'm using green as the background for all my grays and whites. So that green is going to help to give us some pop. And then, of course, we'll have some scroll. And she's got a, it's called a boom hammer or something like that. It has a shape charge on the end of her hammer, her war hammer. So I'm going to do the canister on the shape charge red, or maybe orange, like a beaten up orange or something. So she'll have like that spark of color, and maybe the fuse end of it is like yellow, so like a danger, because she's going to smack that up against the side of your tank and blow it up. Anti-tank hammer. Yeah, exactly. It's got like a shape charge on the end. I think she takes a wound to use it. They're religious fanatics. They don't care. My entire army doesn't care. They're not really planning on coming out the other end. If they do, it's as martyrs, so I don't think they really care. It's my kind of army. I'm not really trying to live. I'm just trying to make it to where you don't either. Does the magnesium paint work well with the brush, Big Boss? Yeah, definitely. All of these were painted with the brush. Today, same stream. We started from the base coat of black-brown primer and did the magnesium on the models straight away. All with brush. I didn't airbrush anything except the big guy, just to speed things up. Again, this is all a symbol of going for speed. The Holy Honey Badger Brigade? Yes. Exactly. No, believe it or not, Gosu, they live. It only gives them 1 blood token. Running barefoot like the trenches is how Jason likes to spend his time. 2 of them have shoes. Technically 3 if you count the big guy. This stigmatic nun has full armored boots, and the war priest does. They're the ones that aren't so expendable, I guess. It's like it's like the Shitotsu Bukai from World War II, with the mines. They're in bolt action on big bamboo pikes. Yeah, those guys are nuts. And they run like crazy. These are official Trench Crusade, James. Yep. Yeah, these are the official STLs. If you back the recent Kickstarter and you got the Trench Pilgrims, these are the exact models you would get. This is the Shrine Anchorite with the big wheel of doom with the body broken on it, the ecclesiarch prisoner broken over it, right? I forget, I don't remember what these guys are called. It's been said in chat 50 million times, and I just refuse to remember. And then a bunch of pilgrims. A bunch of Trench Pilgrims. A war priest, a stigmatic nun, fully clad stigmatic nun. The other one is coming off the printer, and she's half naked. Yeah, so tons of fun stuff. Communicant, Big Boss. Big Boss knows all the stuff, so I can ask Big Boss. He gets it. He's the one with all the info. The Communicant. And then we've got two others, another stigmatic nun and the Castigator, which the Castigator is kind of like, think of it in terms of like a commissar-ish type model, that while the war priest tries to enliven everybody with the holy word, the Castigator basically kills people that don't keep going forward. so it's pretty good. You're deep in the sauce. I more to you, man, because I think it's amazing stuff, right? The lore, if you just have some spare time on YouTube tonight, just start doing Trench Crusade lore as a search, and you'll find, forgive me, I don't remember who any of the YouTubers are, but I found a couple that do it pretty well. And we'll start from the Crusades, when the portal to hell was opened up back in the days of Jerusalem, and blew Jerusalem up and created a portal to hell, and the seventh level of hell starts pouring out, and now you have all these factions that are fighting in what has basically stemmed out of the Crusade all the way up to what is present time in the game, which I think is like 1914-ish, World War I-ish, right? Trench warfare, hence the Trench Crusade aspect of it. And there's really some crazy stuff. Like, really some crazy stuff. If you like the idea of, like, huge bombardment cannons and awesome amounts of flagrant, warfare, but all done in kind of a weird War I setting. And it's battle of heaven, hell, earth trapped in the middle kind of a thing, which is really fun. There are no good guys. It does not try to come at you as Bible slinging stuff. It literally is, there are no good guys. Everybody is horrible. It's not even like 40K where some people can say, but the Tau, no. And Trench Crusade, it's like, no, we're all playing bad guys. And it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Is this a playable warband? I haven't done the ducat cost on it. I guess it depends on what cost you're playing at. But yes, all of these models would allow me to make a warband. Obviously, you have to be at a fairly high cost to run something like this. I think it might be like 150 or in the hundreds of ducats, whereas a standard trooper is like 30. Right? So it's akin to like a Mordheim or a Frostgrave type scenario, where you're spending money to put your warband together, and then they get wounded, they have to be replaced if they die. My guys can get martyred if they die. You can pay an extra, I forget, instead of buying another one for 30, you can buy this one back resurrected as a martyr for 45. So there's each army has its own craziness with regards to how you continue, but it can allow you to play a progressive campaign style war game, which I think is really cool. Or you can literally just throw down and do one-off battle reports, and you don't have to worry about all the money. Your money is points at that point in time. You don't have to care what happens after the game. So Suicide Bombers. Yes, I don't have one of those here, but I have Suicide Bombers. That model is coming. It got printed out today. Hopefully that went all right. I do have 3 models coming. That's right. Right. So the ecclesiastic prisoners have like big bells on their head and bombs strapped to their back, and they just run off and nuke themselves for martyrdom. Experience and skilling guys up. I haven't read any campaign rules going, but they just released some really cool campaign stuff that includes experience, right? So yeah. Yeah, like Mordheim and Necromunda campaign stuff. So the campaign rules are fairly new-ish in the whole scheme of things. You can get all the rules for free if you go join, which I would implore you do. Go join the we have no skin in this game, by the way. But if you go to the Trench Crusade group on Facebook And you get in there, they have a list of all the PDFs that you can download for all the rules, a bunch of lore, cards you can print out for your unit cards and things like that. It's all free. The Kickstarter was to have physicalized models and STLs that bring the actual artwork that was made for the game in and keeps funding for the team to be able to do it, because a lot of what they've done, they've run on one other Kickstarter. I think only one, right, Big Boss? And you can get physicalized models, all the official artwork from some great artists. They've got Graham McNeil from the Black Library fame writing a story for them. They've got Andy Chambers creating the first in-game named character and some lore for that. So they've got a lot of really cool stuff going on with some people that have been around in the gaming world and in that largely GW space, right? Because Thomas, who is the creator of Trench Crusade, created Mordheim. So you have a very good tie-in with some of that there, but it's a completely different game. It's a lot of fun, though. Yeah, the first was just a couple of minis. They just show up as mercs now, the unit card, right? Yeah. Gotta wonder what messed up real-world historical stuff inspires their design, queuing up some questions. Exactly, Iterator. This story is amazing, right? It's like, how twisted do you have to be? It's like, tell me about your bad experiences having to go to church on Sundays, because that's where this came from. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But if you want grimdark and you want no good guys and you want, there are no ultramarines here, there are no polished, if you want to be the bright shining, spiritual guidance, no, there is very little moral ambiguity even. It's just all horrific, right? Wasn't Nero hearing a lot? Yeah, the Kickstarter brought in over 3 million, so it's a huge success in that frame of reference. They're doing their Kickstarter in what we at Monument feel is a very genuine method, which they're offering 3D printed models as a physicalized. They didn't stop and change it over to PVC or injected molded plastics at any point. They didn't make promises that the money couldn't keep up with. They stopped at about halfway through and stopped doing any kind of stretch goals. They didn't want it to become just more and more and more that they couldn't live up to. They were very honest about it all throughout, saying, hey, this is about all we can handle, and we feel like anything more than this would break it for the people that have backed us, and we really want to turn out a good product. So, and it then doubled in size once they said that. So kudos to them. We've been talking to the team there during the whole thing. It's been insane. And I think they've really done the right thing. We'll see. We have the proven STLs. These were all supported STLs. My group just put them on the printers. We had to do a couple of support changes on a couple of units, but all in all, they worked very well. So I think that if you get the STLs, you won't have to have much hands-on. You can just put them on and print them. They do come with a PDF on the print settings and a disclaimer that, hey, you may have to adjust your printer and all that. So they're doing the right stuff there. Everything's done by a very avid support group. I never can remember what they're, Atlas 3D Support Solutions. So they're one of the biggest support group. It sounds funny to say support groups, but companies that does support for 3D models. So like I said, most of them were really good. 4 nuns with anti-tank hammers is all you need. Yeah. Cameron says, is there a partnership with Colorforge and Monument Hobbies? Well, now, yes, there is, in more ways than one. So we had Colorforge develop our sprays. So if you've noticed in the States, the Monument sprays are all done by Colorforge. Somewhere on here, it says, aha, Colorforge, ta-da! In collaboration with Colorforge. So we have a new formula for all of our sprays. So our mats are matter. For use with Procro, and then we are also Colorforge North America, so the same parent company, if you will, of Monument is also Colorforge North America, so we have basically the franchise, if you will, and are importing and distributing and selling Colorforge in the States, and in the future to North America, Mexico and Canada as well, but we have to get all the logistics for shipping down on that first. But yeah, they went live. They're live on the Colorforge NA store right now. I can type that in here, I think. I'll just type the name. I don't know if it'll give you a link or not, right? It's, maybe it will. HTTPS, the colorforge-na.com. So that's our store. The first 12 colors from what we're calling Wave 1 are in stock now. That includes Desert Sand, Sunset Yellow, the Gold, the Silver, Black, White, Standard Gray, Ghoul Gray, Hyrax Brown, some others. We've got the greens, oranges, and purple coming in Wave 2. And then in Wave 3 would be mostly the blues, believe it or not. And those are done based on popularity of color, unfortunately. So there's really no rhyme or reason other than top sellers, medium sellers, and then, You know, the ones that move slower. So. Wasn't Nero. Yeah, the models are all gruesome. It's one of the few things as an offering that all of the factions visually I really like. So, yeah. So not BAM? What do you mean BAM? What's BAM? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. And no. No, thank goodness. Although it seems like there's more of those than there are of Trench Crusades. Yeah, Atlas does supports for a lot of the, like the My Mini Factory Patreon ones that are at a high level and who don't do it on their own. All right, that's it for me. I'm done. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for all of you that stayed late. Raise your hand if you're here from 2 o'clock. Right? This is a 5-hour stream, for crying out loud. 5 hours. I don't get paid enough for this. We'll throw the links up in chat. We didn't ever do that. There's the store. We've been doing this stream for nearly 9 years, Jen and I, and I posted on my personal Facebook, and I really mean it. The goal when we started Monument Hobbies, it's a big week for us because Pro Acryl's birthday is Black Friday. Forget the date, but it's Black Friday. 2018, we released Pro Acryl to the masses. We had only made the white, the titanium white, prior to releasing all of the paints in 2018. It's been a wild and crazy 6 years, and we thank you guys tremendously for that. The fact that you love our crazy little concoction of paint. We're different than everybody else in the sense that we really wanted to bring fine art paint in a liquid form rather than the same old hobby paint. And you guys have jumped on it and really swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. We love you for it. Thanks for drinking the Kool-Aid. Check us out. We love the stream. Getting people excited about their painting is what we live for. Check out the store. You can buy yourself some Pro Acryl and brushes and all the cool stuff that we have. And then our Discord is amazing. A tremendous community of over 5,000 artists just like you guys. And many of you guys are already in it. If you're not, come join us. Tremendous amount of people. Great inspiration. Great friend making to be had. Great stories to be told. Monthly challenges you can participate in, some prize giveaways, things like that, and the earliest announcements for things like specials and new releases and all that we always give here on Twitch and in the Discord first go at all the cool stuff we're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Blank. Thank you so much. All right. And then the FLGS link, if you can, support local. We supply our products to stores and distributors worldwide. So if you have a store local to you, you can find it on that map. Order from your locale, right? If you're overseas, you can find an international distributor. We're covered in Europe, the UK, South Africa, Australia, Asia. We've got pinpoints all over the map where you can buy product. So check on the FLGS map first before you try to order from us. It'll save you some dough if you order local, and it helps support the stores that support the hobby. They give you gaming tables and great social places to hang out, so always start there. And then last but not least, YouTube. For all of you like Bud that are over on YouTube checking us out, we stream live there every day along with Twitch, and then the archive is immediately in the live tab on YouTube where you can catch up with all the past streams, find something you missed. This one's 5 freaking hours. So if you have 5 hours to kill and want to hear us tell really bad jokes and describe painting, then go for it. Maybe that's your ASMR. Put you to sleep at night, but go for it. And stick around. I'm going to look for somebody to raid. I would assume there's probably somebody alive. I don't know. Question mark? Let's see. Who's our favorite target for the night? Anybody that we're following? Anyone? Bueller. C. Bush, one of the best sculptors on the planet. Heywo, doing his Age of Sigmar stuff. What is he doing? AOS News. Dawn McTeague, Spark Minis. Want to go raid Spark Minis? Let's do that. Let's raid Spark Minis. I like it. Is there an underscore there? No, it's just Spark Minis. I like it. Let's do it. Spark Minis it is. Throw you big bunch of maniacs right over there. All right, gang. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for the duration. If you're new here, please hit that follow button. We stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So much earlier than it is right now. So we've gone late. Don't expect it to happen again, but thank you for hanging it. So come hang out with us anytime. Please hit that follow button to get alerts for when we go live, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow. Adios, gang.